A single squat to start, as a treat. Merry Monday, my immaculate mustachio.
Hello, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hey there, Reels. Hey there, Casual. Hope you're doing well. And yes, a singular squat. There we go. And Merry Monday to you as well, my friends. Casual, Mir, and everyone else. Yep, so yeah, I put in it, I still haven't put in an alert for it because I was supposed to, but I forgot. And yeah. So feel free to remind me if I miss a squat there. There's now a squat command that with a 5-minute cooldown. Now, let's find the button that'll help us get our satisfaction. There we go. Oh, and remember, kids, take your meds. There we go. So, hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend. There we go. Ah, some nice, delicious coffee. And then hopefully, yeah, we'll have a. I won't be too out of it. I didn't get some.
Good morning, lovely.
Good morning there, Lugla. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, sorry, I didn't get the best sleep last night. Probably change the scene though to the good old live. There we go. Double check something. Alright, now it kind of works. Ooh. Okay, well, there's a lot of stuff happening at the same time. But hope everyone's had a lovely weekend. Alright. There we go. So our Satisfactory factory is making some decent progress. We unlocked a whole bunch of recipes yesterday, and we got our oil sort of processing phase 1 kind of working, except I played on the Zomboid, drank up my beer, and that sounds like a winning combination. Yeah. I'll try to stay out of things. Sweet Jesus. There. Yeah, I ended up having a nightmare last night, so I've been like awake since like 4:30 a.m. Did not get the best of sleeps. It happens sometimes. Alright, so this thing has like appropriately convoluted walkways all over the place. It is actively making polymer resin and heavy oil residue. So I did realize, you see, the plan was to make residual plastic using the polymer resin into plastic, right? And to make the resin, we're using a recipe that makes the resin and other stuff. But the thing is, we can also turn rubber into plastic. And that is, see, you double the rubber into plastic. But you know what else you can do? You could turn plastic into rubber. Also, 30 into 60. 30 into 60. Which means you have now, that's an infinite loop. All you need to do is add more fuel. So I'm thinking about redoing the entire thing, changing the recipes. Good thing I didn't connect it to anything too much just yet. Like, what if I just, you know, I grab, because we have a factory here right next to us that makes rubber and plastic. What if we grab some of that stuff from over there and have this thing just make a bunch of fuel, and we'll see how far can we loop it. You see, because if we so it's 30 fuel. All right, for every piece of fuel we throw in, we get double the output. If we do diluted fuel, 50 turns into 100. Your basic residual fuel takes 36 into 40, so that's a good deal here, diluted fuel. I think the package one might have been one of these points even better. I'm looking at the options to try to make turbo fuel here and stuff, but now this is just plastic and a rubber area. And as such, so if we make that, and then the question, how do we make the largest amount of heavy oil residue? So this would turn 30 into 40, our current recipe turns 60 into 20. So we change this polymer resin recipe into this one. Well, we'll still make a little bit of polymer resin, but now we're turning the 400 and... Okay, we're half as slow as well. We got 24 machines, 24 times 30, what's that? That would be... And that can't be. We got 12 machines. 12 times 30. Well, 3 times 12 would be 24, 36, and 360. So 360 units of crude oil, which is... We're pumping in like 400. So we can make more of this factory. But this thing that we have built right now. So we got 360. And... after relevant, because I should be looking at the output. So 12 times 40, 2 times 12 would be 24, so it would be 48, so 480. 480 units of heavy oil, which could then be turned into 960 units of fuel by adding water into it. And then we have... in the beginning it'll be slow, but eventually the loop would loop into itself, and then that means we're making... twice that in rubbers and or plastics. Would be 960, would be 1800, 1920. And we get our like starter plastic from the resin, and then we're gonna have to like start chucking a whole bunch of that away. Started hard with the math, I know. Yeah, well, I mean that's one of the things I've enjoyed about the factory games. It said that it makes me do math. I've always liked math. Never was the best at math, but you know, practice makes perfect. And these are simple things, because sometimes, because you know, when it's an even 10, that means you know you actually look at something times 40. No, you calculate what is it times 4, and then you move the decimal. Just add a 0 into the end. Voila, you got it. Things moving in tens are nice and easy. We'd end up with you know, a whole bunch of polymer resin, like I said, and we can turn that... yeah, we can turn that into the plastic and rubbers we need, because we needed... I did the math here. 364 plastic and 126 rubber, and this setup we have here would already make almost 2,000 per minute of X. And that would be using almost half, no, literally half of the oil we were pumping in there already. Lovely. Well, the good thing is we can then simplify our pipe systems, because right now the pipe is being fed from both ends in order to be able to consume as much of the stuff as possible. So it's heavy oil residue recipe goes in. So otherwise, it's just the ratios change. Otherwise, we don't need to change the recipe too much. I just want to see, like, would this work? Because it looks like I should have infinite machines. So as long as Because thing like all you really need is the like seed plastic and or rubber, but we're still getting the resin, so yeah, we still get that first bit. Now, how much resin was that? Was 12 times 20? 12 times 20 would be 24, 240. So 240 units of polymer resin can be then turned into, let's say we start with the rubber, because, yeah, the resin into rubber, yeah, 40 into 20. Compared with plastic, it's 60 to 20, rubber is 40 to 20. So we get more rubber this way, and then from that one we get even more plastic by just throwing fuel at it. So this weekend I made 6 liters of liqueur of black currant, red currant and raspberries, and lemonade from the red currant. Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds tasty. You're living that vintage story life, but for real. My mom used to make a lot of like juices and things when I was a kid. I never tried to make it myself. Could be neat. Should try it out someday. Next is apple juice. Ooh, nice. Yeah, if I remember correctly, apple juice then produces a lot of like the mash, which you can do stuff with, I guess. You know, the solid mass. Hey there, Agoko. You're doing well. Hope you had a pleasant weekend. Now what do we say? 12 becomes 240. 240 with 40. What does that go into? Well, we should actually just say, well, how many times does 4 go to 12? And the answer would be 3. So 6 machines. Six refineries to make the residual rubber from the resin. The vintage story of Ugla. It's very true. Vintage Ugla. Or Ugla story. If we go with that, and yeah, then we can remove that. Now we would still be 12 times 30. 24, 36, so it's like 360. Means we do a change like, oh no, there and there. There. Now there's 600 in the pipe. And these are all working A-okay. Let's make a quick little dump storage here. Use the priority merger there. So I want this to flow, so that these are always flowing, and that way, whenever there's space, the resin gets chucked. Excellent. And then we're gonna make this all pretty and noise eventually, but that'll be cool eventually. Now to make the rubber out of the polymer, that was just water, right? Yeah, then it is water. It'll be 40 per machine. Oh, so 1-to-1 with resin and water. And that was for 6 machines, so 6 times 40 was 340. which is less than 3 pumps, slightly less. So 3 pumps it is for that bit. Wondering, like, how do I then organize all of this? Maybe we turn this into like just some insane tower structure, because resin, okay, it does need the water. A lot of other stuff needs water too. So if the resin makes rubber, like we could have that relatively close by. We have here 12, so it's 6 by 6. So we have 6 of these, and then that would manage the resin stuff. We can have them pretty much facing that way. We can use the same blueprint.
Frog, wow.
Hey there, Buffalopagus. Hope you're doing well. But then a similar setup. Facing that way. I was thinking, could I do this one? This one would be best with the whole, being identical business. Oh. That would be pretty... Oh, that would fit pretty neatly. Alright. It's gonna be a beautiful mess of walkways. I'm just enjoying it immensely. Figure out more extensive power setups sort of eventually. That's the one. What a building tonight. Tired as this. A little bit. In that things are going to get a little wibbly wobbly. You see, I changed the recipe so that rather than favoring the production of the resin, we're favoring even more heavy oil residue so we can make as much fuel as possible. And all the residue from these 12 would be enough to feed 6 of these to make rubber. That means we're making 120 units of rubber. Now, we have a recipe for recycled rubber and recycled plastic, using fuel in 1-to-1 ratios to make twice the amount in plastic, or vice versa, which means we can have an infinite loop of like rubber into plastic, plastic into rubber, as long as there's enough fuel to go around. And I calculated quickly, we can make around 2,000 units of stuff. That's gonna be pretty neat. And hello there, Bob Games. Hope you're doing well. I think what we're gonna have to do is have a loop that is first like fed from these with a priority merger. The rubber goes in, then it goes into machines, and at the end of that, there's a smart splitter that lets overflow get out. So we built enough machines to consume all the fuel we're making, and all of their outputs keeps on looping back and forth from each other. And then we have two like smart splitters that lets overflow then flow out, and the overflow then goes to a storage, and another smart splitter right before the storage, so that once the storage is full, it starts chucking into a sink. And once all of that is running, then and then from the storage to exports. Sounds complicated. It isn't actually. It's just a couple of loop-de-loops, and we get free rubber and plastic. You see, we're making homeopathic plastic and rubber. You see, because we're diluting the rubber into plastic, then we're diluting that plastic into rubber, and then we're diluting that rubber into plastic, and then we're diluting that plastic into rubber, like infinitely. So but it retains like the memory of plastic and the memory of rubber, and then we can use that in construction. Homeopathic materials, it's the way of the future. Holistic construction. And I'm pretty happy with this blueprint. It takes extra space. There's a lot of like convoluted nonsense, but I like the convoluted nonsense I've made. Now this would then be nope. Good. Yeah, input direction is correct. You'll be getting water. We'll need one more merger. I wonder if we can make use of these. You know, that ain't bad. I'm okay with this. Gotta love that artistic clipping, though. And the oil must flow. Good evening, Morton. Hello there, Empire's 2199. Good evening, Morton. Good time zone to you as well. And for me, it is in fact morning. It is 10:41 a.m. No, Beam, how could you have done this? What in the shit? so I might be able to make the blueprint better. Oh well. For now, though, shit kind of works, and we're gonna roll with it. So the oil shall flow, and we shall make the infinite plastic and a rubber machine. 10 hours behind at 12:41 a.m. Pacific Standard. Ooh. Yep, Greenwich Mean Time +2. I'm in the future. It's not worth it. Don't come here. It doesn't get better. I'm thinking I might be able to pull this one off. The winning lotto numbers. Alas. I can't share those. It's illegal. I'd get in trouble. I can only give you losing numbers. If even that. I mean, wait. Technically, I'm not allowed to... I've already said too much. I'm not allowed to say anything. Oh no. I've gone too far. Now, is that straight? There we go. Down, 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 down. Half step, half step. Oh, you bastards! One of these shits. All right, maybe we can do it the other way around. Ooh, almost, but nope. All right, so what does it look like? There's a... Why is there a bend here? That shouldn't be possible. Forgot there was this option. There we go. Oh, the height's off by a tiny little bit. That's infuriating. Well, there's a very simple and easy solution. And it's called don't look at it. Can't see it, it can't hurt you. So these will be then the seed rubber. Oh God, is it almost a 100 already? Gonna be miserable at my physical therapy appointment in the morning. Ooh, that sucks. Construction jank when trying to assemble an efficient and neat looking factory. I know, right? It's, you know, you hate it, you gotta love it. Well, hello there, Crusher Hall. Hope you're doing well. But yeah. That's why I'm like really enjoying the messiness of this thing, because I, you know, we haven't done it much here because refineries, they take up a lot of space and they don't look like they belong inside a building quite as much as we've done here at the electronics
big stretch.
factory over there. Yeah, you'll be getting one in. Oh, and another singular
Why
squat.
don't you have a drink?
A squat. Thank you. Another drink. Obviously, see a building there. Well, similarly, I'm really happy with the blueprint I made for these yesterday, where I just like really focused on seeing how can we have walkways, or walkways in this instance, integrated, because they have the clip-on points, but these things are just, they do not want to work. They just don't want to work neatly with each other. So we still got that bit. But I came to the conclusion that I'm gonna live with it. But it's all looking now like appropriately convoluted, which is giving me joy. Hey, cheeky, weaky. More about fun in no time. Slowly but surely, reels him here. Hey there, cheeky. Welcome in, Raiders. How you all doing? How's it going? Yeah, I saw you were playing the Long Dark. Man, that's a game. That is a lovely one. Sorry, I had a big stretch redeemed. There we go. So, high and low. Hey there, cheeky. What up, I am doing good. Waking up slowly but surely. I woke up. I mean, technically, I woke up like 6 hours ago, but it doesn't feel that way because I woke up at like 4:30 a.m. from a nightmare, and then I couldn't get to sleep again. So I'm a little tired today, but doing my best. Well, hello there, puppy. Hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you around, friendo. And welcome in Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu. Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur games developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to all these amazing games about factories, automation, and architecture. I love building these systems that are become these like really convoluted knotworks that are, but still are not crazy spaghetti. Things are in the right angles. Things make sort of structural sense. We use beams. We use catwalk. We use walkways. I'm learning to use elevators. We're adding lights, even though they don't really need them that much. And with a hover pack, none of those like walkways really matter. But I just think they look neat. You feel that? Yeah. Speaking of automation, if Satisfactory looked last night, did you catch? Oh, I saw you beginning. I saw you starting it. It looked interesting, but please tell me more. Because I think I saw someone else giving. Willem was also giving it a go. Like was it yesterday or the day before? And it looks interesting. There. Okay, let's do that like stretch proper now. Okay. I'd love to hear more. And also, Cheeky, how is your? So I noticed you because when I was lurking, you were looking at like menus and photos and stuff. But yeah, and then your title said you're doing some decorating. So do you have like a long-term base you're like just fixing up on? Victorian Noita having a baby. Oh, I've heard the Noita reference. Like, in what way? Is it just the like pixel world simulation? That is the Noita part, or is there like if this then that sort of like crazy logic? Gathering materials and working on setting up a cozy place. Hey, nice one. I'm spilling on the spaghetti conveyor belts I usually see people do. Yeah. Oh, stretch that spine. And then the proper. And one more time. There. Right. Open the curtain a bit. Get some more fresh air in here. Yes. But yeah, I've been working on, as you can see, I have my train connections, but also proper road connections with street lights. We got drones delivering things back and forth. So I wanted to have trucks delivering things as well. There you can see one. Because that was one of the things that I wanted to do this on this run was with the 1.2 updates on how the trucks works, and I've been really enjoying them. They're not the best way to move stuff from point A to point B, but they are fun because if you know, We got trucks, so we gotta build cool roads. And that means, of course, well, we need more trucks to populate those roads. They don't have to be the most efficient. They just have to be neat. And that's what I'm going towards the architecture stuff. Now, this one was set up very lazily, I will admit. I've got like some safety railings and things. But there we can see more complex tall structures. So I'm trying to make the sort of fruit computer company over there to make supercomputers and things. So I'm trying to have like individual buildings making individual sort of components, and then they're built into each other to get that more of a compound feeling rather than like this just massive mega bases. And because I do end up making mega bases as well. For example, here we have my sort of radiant, I call it the radiant fields, which is my nuclear power setup. And this is my main producers of rubber and plastic. And all the excess stuff is turned into the residue, turned into fuel, and is burned for power. Now, but we need more plastic and rubber than these are producing, and then I'm trying to come up with a neat way to do that. But one of the issues I'm sort of realizing, wait, why aren't you on? Oh, that's why. There we go. Nice. Yeah, but one of the things I realized, because I was looking at alternative recipes, because one of the ideas I had, like, well, I mean, we're going to end up with a heavy oil residue here as well. Well, can we do turbo fuel? And in looking at the alternative recipes, I found the recycling recipes, and those got me excited, because then I realized, like, wait, if we can double rubber into twice the amount of plastic, and same for plastic, twice the amount of rubber, that means we have an infinite loop happening. As long as you put your like seed raw materials in for that first loop, eventually they'll just overproduce. And what we really only need to do is make basic fuel, and we can do that very efficiently with the diluted fuel recipe, where we turn heavy oil residue into twice its amount, but in fuel. Hey there, Prof. Niels. You have sand and water and all kinds of materials. Then you gather all the pixels, put them on a conveyor belt, and through processing doodads to acquire currency. I will admit, puppy, Sandustry looks at the same time was a bit like, I don't know about this, but I am deeply intrigued. And so far, I will admit, you're selling it to me. So I guess I'll need to have a closer look. Plus, I need to have a look at Atomcraft at some point. Just because the dev's been here and mentioned it a few times back when I did my proper, back when I was better, back when I was a good boy and still did some game dev, like for real, and not just for play. You will not put me off my glorious spaghetti. This is the ultimate expression of efficiency. Well, Prof. Niels, I will agree with that one too. Like, I love, like a few weeks back we raided into Ilana Orama, and who was doing her like first proper run of the game, and it was just this beautiful spaghetti mess, trains going through like looping like pipes and like belts. It was amazing. And then I don't know, chat ruined her, and then she was all like, oh no, now I must build on the like the world grid and make things efficient and like clean and hide things. I'm like, no, it's like my missus paintings. She can do this amazing abstract art that I just literally can't. I've really come to the conclusion that I just cannot do that, and my brain doesn't work that way. I mean, I could make a copy of one of her paintings, but I could not, like, from my creative process, what she creates cannot be born, and that makes it even more amazing for me. Similarly, then the wonderfully beautiful, colorful spaghetti nonsense, I can try to force myself to create that, but I won't naturally go there. And I should be a lead software developer, definitely not an engineer. How do I know? You can design huge complex systems and then forget to put it in the plug. Yeah? 100%, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess in that way, yes. Being the lead would be good, because then there's someone else who I can then blame. Why didn't you do it? Jeff, you should have done it. Why didn't you plug it? 30 stream streak? Why, thank you. Like to hear, welcome in. Team Stockholm, hope you're doing well. And I do love seeing the gorgeous symmetrical bases. Your double train tracks were breathtaking. Well, thank you, Prof. Niels. I'm glad you like them. I mean, the funny thing is, yeah, because for me, that is just the logical way to go. Because I've seen people do like singular train tracks. I think my first like singular train track was actually in Factorio years and years ago. And I very quickly came to the conclusion that this is too complex. I'd rather do two. Having like two dedicated lanes just makes it's easier for me, because if you have just one, that'll work if you only have one train going back and forth. But I like having a sort of like main thoroughfare and having like multiple trains be able to like, you know, get in and out. And maybe it is in my you know, dirty socialist European ways. I like my roundabouts. We're having there's this where I live. They're doing like massive like roadworks, and they're adding more roundabouts, which makes me happy. Except in the one crossing that is the one that keeps on causing all the traffic, and I was like so excited. Now for years when they've been working, I was like, oh, finally, this one stupid thing, which always when when people get off work and everyone just drives on in, there's one crossing that always causes massive traffic jam, then like bleeds into other places, and it's a real problem. And that's the one place they did not put in a roundabout, which would have fixed the issue just completely. Yeah. Mind you, multiple lane roundabouts are hellscapes. You know, rather put two roundabouts next to each other rather than inside each other. There's like one roundabout I've been like I drive through every now and then, which has like 4 lanes. No, that's too many. You can have 2. That's it. Or like kind of 1.5, I guess. And my first train and network, just stacked single track with no signals. Levels operation permanently. Yeah. I mean, that works as well, I guess. And I will admit that the signal system that I'm using, that I have a lot of signals, is also partly because of laziness. You see, because when I can use the blueprint, especially now that you have your copy paste in like your auto connections, which is amazing. Thank you, Devs, for putting that thing in. So I made like one blueprint that had these bits of track on it and 2 block signals, and then you sort of like first auto connect the blueprint to the previous track, and you place it where you need it to be. And that way you have these like pre-made blocks, which means like if there's a train here, then a train can drive there. Because if your block is too long, then it takes a lot of time for the previous train to be allowed to move.
Sign of the horns.
That's very true. Hey there, Virkuli. September approaches. The Heiming will happen. And I'd say like my experience in Factorio did help me a lot with then just sort of logically getting these things to work. And hey, Anthoric, how you doing? Hey there, Skoisa. Hope you're doing well. Hey there, Anthoric. I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Raiders. I saw you were playing some old retro game with like menus and pictures. Just added like massive flashback. Oh man, I remember these games when I was a wee lad. I mean, not that specific game, but that style of game. You don't really see them anymore that much. Oh, well, what was it? My experience in potatoes unlocked the salad. The King of Dragon Pass. Ooh. That sounds neat. This isn't shrimp. I've been scammed. My god. Very true. No shrimps here. Menus. That's very true. Menus, the game. You gotta love them. I've been trying to like not destroy too many of the trees here, but I might have to because the leaves might be poking through my concrete a bit. Can't have that now, can we? Now this one, wait, do they even have a liquid output? They don't. Excellent. That means I can get rid of these. I'll make up for the lack of shrimp by engaging shrimp posture. Oh, you gotta shrimp it. Shrimp Awareness Month is every month. I've been thinking about it. It'd be fun to like try to design a kind of, because all the awareness month, everyone has a bow after breast cancer awareness did the thing. Everyone has their own bow now. So make it like a bow, but it's made of like 2 shrimps, and it's like Shrimp Awareness Month. Couple of shrimps and maybe a keyboard. What kind of factory is this? You're not shrimp-based. Well, currently we're making a system to make more plastic and rubber, which we're also making here, plastic and rubber, but we need even more of it. I'm sure we're sinking pretty much everything that's being produced here right now, but we need a more constant and reliable supply for our computer factory. And I realized that there is an infinite loop system for turning rubber into plastic and plastic into rubber and rubber back into plastic, as long as you make enough fuel. So I want to see, will that idea actually work? Plus, excessive catwalks or walkways in this instance. Add more complexity for complexity's sake, just because it looks neat. And of course, welcome in Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to all these factory and automation games. And Satisfactory has reminded me of why I really love the game, because it has this really neat architecture. The maps are great, the music is fun, everything has this like just really living feel to it. And I get to build things that I think look neat. And I like it when it's neat. That was sleeps, happy cause I can't. Not today, my friend. One of these days perhaps we'll get pants drunk, but not today. Most of the time, if I get drunk nowadays, it'll be pants drunk, because one of the key points is that there's no intention of heading out. It's just being at home. But hey, thank you for the raid once again, Anthoric, and hope you have a lovely rest. Get good sleep. Sweet dreams, my friend. But does it have the properties of both gum and rubber? Asked Danulis. Well, I mean, if the loop is long enough, you see, because if we look here at, we look at, for example, this fuel. And fuel can be used in, first we're gonna make some, turn heavy oil with adding in water to turn it into fuel. So we're doubling our heavy oil residue. But the important factor is this, you see, these two recipes. We dilute our rubber using fuel into plastic, and then we dilute that plastic using fuel into rubber, and then we dilute that plastic using fuel, the rubber into plastic, and then that plastic is diluted into rubber, so on and so forth. We're making homeopathic plastics and rubbers. See, the further we go in the process, there not even a single molecule of the original piece of rubber will be left, but the memory of rubber will remain in the material, and it is absolutely fine to use that for building complicated machinery. It's fine. The holistic approach, alternative construction materials, if you will, is the way to go. Finn Thoric. And hey there, Danulis. I can't remember if I said hi. Dream of other stuff. Oh, yes. Yes. Like a nice cheese, like a ham sandwich. Or a cheese sandwich. Or, sandwich of your choice that fits your particular diet. In that case, don't forget to iskerauta. If you want to see more Isgerauta, you should be checking out Hazazan whenever he has a chance to stream, because he is currently doing a week of being at the cottage, which means he's doing some out in the nature walks, and a lot of smithing, which I'm very much enjoying. Whenever I get a chance to watch it, even though I am judging some of his tools a little bit, but I'm a tool snob, always have been. I know myself. And the game always had an efficiency increase, meaning free items, by using the sloop. So this infinite rubber plastic is only worth anything if it needs less energy. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It'll need less energy because we're using the same amount of energy to create an X amount of the original, rubber, which we're doing from the... Because in order to make fuel, we still end up with residual polymers. This one. You see, to make the heavy oil residue, we're not using this recipe, but this one to make as much heavy oil residue as possible, but we still end up with resin. And that resin is then being turned using just water into rubber, because 40 resin into 20 rubber is a better exchange rate than 16 to 20 plastic. So we do this one. All the polymers that they created gets turned into rubber, and then we have a large amount of heavy oil that is all being turned into fuel, and we calculated that with the current setup, There's more oil. We can make a bigger setup. With the current setup, that would mean we're producing... what was it? 12 times 40 was 480. And 480... Wait, 12 times 40. 12 times 40 is... 4 times 12, and it'll be 24, 48. Yeah, 480. And then we turn that into fuel, which means 480 times 2, that'll be 960. So that's 960 units of fuel. And then we use that to turn the rubber into plastic, plastic into rubber, rubber into plastic. Because we just need enough machines to like essentially process every single piece of fuel. And then we have a sort of loop that feeds into each other. The output of one machine feeds into the solid input of the other, and so on and so forth. And eventually it's all saturated, and then we have smart splitters letting the overflow essentially flow out. And that way we only paying the normal energy costs of the machine, whereas the sloop increases it by, isn't it like it more than doubles the energy use. Smithing is fun and quite fulfilling. Absolutely is. I studied it for many years and I wish I could do it again. But I don't have a forge. I had a hammer in this shelf and I couldn't find it yesterday. I don't know where I put it. I am mildly upset. And I have my handmade tongs and things, but they're in the basement. I've been meaning to do a sort of plaque or something I can hang on the wall with all my handmade tools. And I found it really useful to change the ratio of plastic and rubber coming out of the system to better match my needs. Yeah. Nice, I didn't quite go that far into the Satisfactory. I got the oil area, and I was reworking all my stuff when it got burnt out. I was in the middle of making trains and truck routes, if I recall. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking it slow here because I'm focusing a lot of like just building cool shit for the sake of it. Because I played through 1.0 when it was launched. As you can see, I've been like now stuck in like phase 5 for God knows how long, because I pretty much wanted to get to phase 4 quickly in order to get the hover pack. And then trains. I love trains. So for the longest time, I tried to like hold back on trains in order to force myself to use the trucks, because that was one of the big updates with 1.2, or well, you know, one of the big updates in the later updates that I wanted to make use of was the new truck line system. And here as well, I'm using the fact that I can blueprint a square, because these are made out of 5x5s. The straight pieces, the T crossings, 90-degree crossings, and I have a power line beneath every light here, so that I can build on the side of the road, and then have a power line coming out from here. Because my very first prototype had the street lights be daisy chained to each other, but that means I can't pull up because they only have 2 connections. They need 3 in order to be able to pull one of these, into a building next to it. So I thought, well, I'll do this. So they'll all be nice and consistent all throughout the roads. And in the end, it kind of looked nice. And for the crossings and corners and so on, I have also... See, this one should have all 4... Yeah, 4 out of 4 are used, because the 4th one goes actually through itself, clips beneath it, and I have a sort of connection going beneath the road. The hyperloops have been added later, and I'm thinking I might want to do a new blueprint that has a neater setup with the hyperloop. And the road itself has been heavily influenced by the road we see in the main menu now with the cityscape. There's no stopping the trains. Trains are so much fun. Exactly. And that's why I had to hold myself back. And then I built like both blueprints sort of centered, and I happened to accidentally get the height just right. So I only need to add 1 concrete pillar onto the one that is on the road blueprint, and they match perfectly. Accidental excellence. You gotta love it. And then because they're centered, so I can just add a roundabout blueprint, or the train sort of support pillar blueprint fits directly beneath a sort of road blueprint. Let's see if we go here to blueprints. You can see that here's like a road one. We switch over to... See. Building a road. And the neat thing is, yeah, because I left them hollow because, you know, it would be a waste of materials to build all of this solid. But most importantly, I can hide some, because sometimes you need to have a belt that goes from a bit over there to a building that's over here. And, you know, having a truck or train or just figuring out a way to deliver from over there to over there can be a little annoying. So you don't want to have a too much of a spaghetti belt. So having hollow roads allow you to have, you know, infrastructure hidden inside. And then if we build the road like this, you'll notice then we go to blueprints. I go to trains. So all of my trains are built with these two blueprints: the train block pillar and the roundabout. So then block pillar goes, as you can see, exactly in the middle there. And then we have train. And you can see there's a tiny bit of space that fits exactly one large pillar. And then the pillar then continues down. As we see here, if we look far away to the left, you'll see a sort of road in the middle of construction. So I thought there was a uranium node over there that I wanted to tap into, but there wasn't. You see, when they're hovering, they don't look that neat, to be honest. But simply adding pillars beneath them makes them look so much more imposing and real. And that's why I really like building actual buildings and trying to add stuff on top that makes them, doesn't really serve a purpose, but gives it all that look that it's, you know, it actually makes some structural sense. It might actually, you know, it makes sense to have that thing up there. You know, it's a water container, solar powered something. I've like kit bashed together little like air conditioning units because with the beautiful new like fans and things. And yeah, and then for those who might not have tried it yet, just in case, because there's the, you know, you have your blueprint build mode, and then you have your auto connect. See, I click it once, and now I can build a train anywhere, and it like auto connects the train networks. Okay, I'm still like doing blueprint auto connect, so we do default auto connect. It takes a bit more fiddling. But yeah, you can then have your trains go wherever, however. And I think that has made building trains even easier, so much better. Now then I just manually have to keep on adding the sort of like dedicated right side turns because the roundabout is a little too tight, and I'll have a bunch of trains with have 2 or more back freight cars. Because otherwise they would have to go, instead of a like dedicated right turn, they'd have to like drive in, go all the way around, and then drive here. And if they have 3 carts, they can't do that because they'll impact with themselves. No hyperloop orbital cannon? No, we had those, yeah. I mean, I still have a couple of left, but I replaced a bunch of them with these just because I realized I had the road, might as well make use of it. Plus, you know, then I get to enjoy the views. And my older sort of hyperloop entrances were built the other way around because the crossings are neat, but they were new to me, and I misunderstood how these worked a little. Because when you exit, when you come into one of these, your expected direction is straight forward. If you press E, you change direction to the left one. And I had my exits on the left and the entrance on the straight one, which means that whenever I was about to exit and I hyperloop, I had to remember to click E in time. Otherwise, you'd throw me there in the middle. So turning it around fixed that issue. And it took me an embarrassingly long time, literal weeks, before I realized that. And then catching up with chat, I actually do really like trains. I have autism. My favorite Resident Evil is 0 because it starts on a train. Happy tism creature noises. Nice one. I don't have a diagnosis, but I did have a therapist who was like trying to push me, like, hey, you might want to do this check as well. I was like, I don't know. I was trying to get my ADHD. I mean, she was also the one who was also sort of agreed, like, hey, okay, you really might have ADHD, you might want to get checked out, and hey, do you also want to check if you're on the spectrum? And I was like, I don't know, I don't care. So I didn't. But in hindsight, I realized she was kind of trying to hint at something there, and I'm like, yeah, and the more I've learned about the whole neurodivergence, so on, now that I have my diagnosis and medication, I realized like, yes, that actually explains quite a lot of the way I think and how I get stuck on certain details and why some things are just so neat. Like train. There's just something about them. Exit on the straight one? Nay, I was exiting on a gay turn. Very true. But sadly, if we look at them, if we consider the, like, because, you know, mightism then attacks words, this would be a hetero junction, wouldn't it? Because he's got two, and that's what the word hetero means. If you have a single point entry, that would be a homo exit, I guess. Versus the hetero. Being like, you know, like mono and stereo, that kind of stuff. If I remember how those words work. Sorry, I get stuck on the weird details. And all these games are getting major updates and making me want to play again. But I've got to be cautious about playing games solo. I get burned out too easily. Need online ones to keep a better schedule. I hear ya. And that is one of the things I really enjoyed about streaming. Stuff I care about that I normally wouldn't. Like focusing on like, how do I add walkways? How do I make things look cool? Because this is a part of it being like performative for me. Like, I'm, you know, what am I doing here? I'm having a show. And part of that show is, well, doing things that look cool and seem neat. Whereas on a like single player run, I might have had a whole bunch of these super half finished things, min-maxing things, crazy spaghetti everywhere. Like only certain corners would be neat, but then as long as you don't like turn around, you know, it's always really cool. Because then there's this spaghetti hellscape here. So this gives me that extra push to like really just try to focus on keeping things neat and because it's I find it difficult sometimes to be like extra creative unless I know there will be an audience for it, you know. If I can't show it to anyone, why do I make it like extra cool? Because, you know, there's a lot of my imagination that happens in my head and stays in there. And how do you figure out heights for your roads? I don't want super tall roads. Also, how do you turn roads without everything else being at 90-degree turns? Well, that's the thing. I have 90-degree turns and I have 45 degrees. The 45 degrees I made because I had to. Because of a way I made some like really awkward blueprints for those. I can make better ones because I had the like Mark 1 blueprinter, so I had to make which was smaller than one entire block. And these became just... I figured out my road height pretty much by because I started it here on the desert. You know what, let's go give it a quick visit. No, I'm in a talky mood. What? I like these new like Y junctions and things. Yeah, so the new supercomputer and computer stuff factories there on the left. The fruit computer factory. The fruit in question seems to be avocado instead of, say, an apple. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And yeah, this is the 45-degree turn here that's coming up. And this is one that I made with... It was a little tricky. There has to be some clipping. Now, you can make smooth turns, but then you have to clip things into each other. And my graphics card is the 1080 Ti. My machine is like... You know, it has some upgrades, but the core of it is still like a decade old. So, the graphics is on medium, because I think on like higher graphics, you get less Z fighting. I think. So I don't want to do too much clipping because of the whole Z fighting issue, because it breaks the patterns and so on. You can do some with the concrete, the asphalt, because the asphalt is sort of even gray, so you don't really see it there that much. But the concrete, for example, has the patterns in it and whatnot. Yeah, and here's an example of the old exits where I have to like change the travel direction to the left one. There we go. Otherwise he'll eject me and I'll get stuck there in between. So I pretty much chose the road height sort of arbitrarily to just make sure I can get over the terrain. Because, yeah, here we go. Yeah. So that is actually, this thing here is why I chose this road. This was my very first road. Here you see them, like, I had the power being daisy-chained between the lights. There's tractors still driving this thing. And here I noticed that, yeah, because if I then want the power line to go from here to there, well, I ended up making a separate, complete power line system to bring it, because that's the old coal factory. That's why I have my have a power line, power pole combined with the lights now. But then I built the new blueprints, and then these, as you can see, the distances here keep on changing because the original blueprint is kind of small, and it kept on flipping apparently without me really noticing. So that's why, the pillar isn't properly centered. I'm choosing to leave this for like historical records. Can't push some of these pillars down because these roads, like I said, are still in use. But this thing pretty much determined my road height, because my very first blueprint was actually, or like very first road sort of test was further down. But then I noticed that where I wanted to put it, it goes over a node that I want to mine into, and it touched the miner. So I was thinking like, well, let's just do this and like just a little. I want to go above the miner, be able to fit some kind of small structure beneath here, and then just in case, push the road a little higher, which was a good idea because later on when I finally made my my train bits, they happened to fit through here perfectly. See, the road was made a long time before the trains were added, so this was a very sort of happy accident that it actually fit through here so nicely. And here we can see some more of these half-done things. Now, see, we import packaged fuel. I have a couple of containers here to make sure that we have a big enough buffer. And then we split them into the various drop-off stations that are happening around here. Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of these sort of like unfinished projects still around. And this is also how I try to hide spaghetti, by just building things so that it looks sort of properly supported. Because it's only spaghetti if it doesn't make sense, Right angles and proper concrete supports and whatnot. And now it's not spaghetti, now it's proper infrastructure. Which reminds me, I should probably continue that thing over to there so that they makes a bit more sense. Anyway, add lights and decoration, railings, and voila, your spaghetti now again. Makes slightly more structural sense. Yeah, these are our packaged fuel drop-off, which then sends the fuel to these two, which are truck stops that do nothing. But they get fuel, so they're gas stations. See, the truck comes in here, tries to load in, nothing. But in doing so, refills its fuel. So we have a couple of gas stations. And then I sort of remembered that, well, I mean, the roads are completely empty. Oh, right, yeah, of course, the gas station also made sense, because when I built these, I didn't have the amount of resources I have now, Now it's much easier. My dimensional depots are powerful. I have so many, like my old spaghetti factory keeps on making raw materials and whatnot. So now I can build roads and things much easier. But here, because it was cheaper to make a couple of gas stations rather than pulling a belt all the way from there to there. Because there's some drop-off stations. There's that's a drop-off station for coal, because that one makes steel and then drones export. I don't have any animal remains on me, but this is my first sort of closed building. As you can see, I tried to go for that cyberpunk vibe, and there's some experimentation still here, which I've decided to leave for, so we can check back on it. The animal remain recycling, which we would put in there, but I don't have any. Then the animal remains go to these machines, which are all slooped, so we get double the protein. They all get sent down here, so we get double the DNA capsules, and they all get sent into the sweet little coupon machine. Added some decorations here around my space elevator. And the excess project parts get sent to this guy. Turn also them into coupons. Now, these are the old project part factories. Now we're gonna make more project parts soon. Yeah, this one makes the modular engines. But now currently it exports the modular engines and imports the turbo rocket, whatever it uses them. And then they get sent here. And we have storage beneath here, which should be exporting up. But right now everything is just being stored or sent to the sink. And here's my art piece. The beauty of nature. And then this one. Use truck stops to gather and deliver raw ore. No. Raw ore is very rarely resource dense enough. I mean, okay, that is not true. I do that for coal, because coal is used as a resource here and there. But usually it takes more than, moving the ingots is usually then a better for like fuel efficiency. And here's a good old spaghetti base, making nuclear pasta. What else does would a spaghetti base do? Speaking of, we do a quick little thing like that, and then we do this. Grab some of those radio thingies. Yeah, because we don't have a proper nuclear pasta like factory built just yet, so this one just keeps on making them cubes. It's one of those things where, like, we're gonna need a dedicated factory for this eventually, but right now it's not that important. And these guys just keep on making the copper powder. And that is the starter base that pretty much fuels most of my construction, which is slowly getting dismantled as we have like more proper factories making certain components. And of course, these slug carousel. See, they're all queuing nicely to get all the way up there, and then they go down. All wee. And I used a priority merger so that I can inject more customers to the roundabouts, to the carousel, without forcing the other ones to wait too much. Man, it was the 1080s, and Nvidia lost their way after that card. Yeah, triangle foil tires will let you do it 45 clipping. No clipping at all, but it's very sharp. Yeah, no, the 45, the triangle foil floors will let you do that, but how do you do those walls then? So, I mean, so that's one of the things that ends up being a little tricky for me. But we did get a 45er. And we did get it to work, but I'm only doing the 45 degree in one place. Hetero means different, mono means same. And streamed over a decade. Bam, yeah, it's Greek, the prefix for it's the same. Ah. Oh man, I missed this one. When the list arrived, the waiting list to be assessed on the NHS is now over 10 years while I live. Oh, that sucks. Trains, machines, automation, pipes and hoses, blacksmithing, ore refining, mining. Yep. That's the good stuff. There's something deeply ironic on hinting that you have autism, but it being missed because it was a social cue. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing. I wouldn't ever say that I have autism. I'd rather say like I'm on the spectrum, because I know people who are deeper on the spectrum, and it feels like they actually have it rough. I'm more like, well, I'm peculiar, but I've learned, but I can live with with how I live and how I am and so on. So I'd rather say like, okay, I'm on the spectrum, so I would explain certain things and all that. But to put myself in the same group as them feels a bit like, I don't know. I don't want to use the word like stolen valor, but similar, like just sort of like taking the attention away from them. Somehow it feels like. It feels unfair. Hope that makes sense. And these truck stops. Oh. Sorry, I need to follow some of these junctions. Next one is left, and then we're good. Okay. Some spaghetti junctions and pipes. Some rigatoni roads. That's a good pasta, that's all. Nice one. Not a competition though, like you actually valid wherever your experience is. That is very true, but it's just more like in the dialogue on the aspect. Like I think it's very good that we're talking about the the concept of the spectrum and so on. There we go, and didn't have to push no buttons, the exit went wonderfully. Yeah, it's not a competition, but at the same time, it feels like the people who actually suffer, or like, that's a bad word, but don't struggle, maybe the better word. It feels like it's taking attention away from them, which I feel is unfair. But yeah, but you got a very good point there. It's all about your own experience, and that is mine. Okay, currently building truck stations to pick up ore from places out from my main base. It'd be wise to just run ugly belts to my main base and save trucks for more complicated parts. Oh, for that kind of stuff, no, that's completely up to you. Why do you like it? Can you fuel these trucks? If you can produce the fuel for them, then yeah. Like, trucks are not the most efficient way to do things. If you care about that, but there's more than enough resources on the map to do all kinds of stuff. Like, I have one single fuel factory that's fueling all of my trucks, and it's fine. All of my drones are being fueled by a single machine making batteries, which might not be enough for too long, so I might make another battery factory. But other than that, I'd recommend, yeah, if you want to play with the trucks, go for it. If you think it'll be an ugly belt to run to your main base, then don't do it. No, I meant more like with certain ores, it might be better to like smelt them on site into an ingot and then deliver them, because it takes more than one ore to make the ingot. Whereas for some, it's sort of 1-to-1, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm delivering a lot of like ore by a train. Now that also because I have more like advanced recipes now. So with those, I do in fact deliver ore to the on site, and then I have recipes that'll get multiple ingots for one piece of ore, and for that kind of recipe, then yes, delivering the ore itself would be better. It certainly has a much bigger effect on some people who are higher up on the spectrum, and it's great to bring awareness to that. But you're super valid. It's all about what makes you feel the most comfortable. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, I would agree with that, Zoe. I remember fueling my drones with the least convenient fuel I could find, just for the fun of it. I can't remember what I used, something with bad performance, which required more work than it deserved, and I'd do it again. So probably liquid biofuel, because you can't automate that completely. You have to feed it organic material. There's no like node you can use to make your liquid biofuel. Gotcha. I can condense the sign of the load by convert to ingot. Yeah, for some ores. So it depends on that. So it depends on the ingots. Always check here. Like say for Caterium, your basic Caterium ingots. You see, it takes 3 Caterium ores to make 1 Caterium ingot. So for that one, it might be a good idea to deliver the ingot itself. Now, I'm also then delivering Caterium and sulfur to places to use the leach recipe. So, but even then, the Caterium itself is 54 and the ingot is 36. So I am actually delivering a lot of the... What's the word now? Yeah, so ingots is the one, but I'm mostly delivering with Caterium. But if we look at, for example, copper ore here. Let's look at copper ingot. That's confusing. So they're 1-to-1. So in here, it doesn't matter for the compression, and then especially if you have access to the pure ingot or leach copper ingot recipes, then you can see like 9 pieces of ore makes 22 ingots, or 6 pieces of copper makes 15 ingots. So here, the ore is in fact more condensed. So that's all what I meant with like which ore are you moving from point A to point B. So for some of them, it might be better to like make stuff on site, but then for things like copper and iron, it'll probably be better to deliver the actual ore itself. Is pure Caterium in a refinery going to be better? The pure Caterium would be 24, 2-to-1. 2 Caterium ores makes 1 ingot. So even there, the ingot is better to be delivered. So then I would try to make those on site. Makes sense? Thank you. Hey, no worries, no bit. And I have a friend who hasn't been able to take off her noise-cancelling headphones since she was 8. I don't feel like an imposter next to her, but I was reminding myself that her experience doesn't invalidate mine, and it's very hard. I was very much raised in a don't complain, other people's have it worse household. Yeah, same here, Buffalopagus. I have the noise sensitivity thing quite bad. Noise-cancelling headphones feel like a cheat code for life. Yeah. that's the thing. That's why I like mentioning like separating those two camps, because it's like certainly yes, they seem to be the same sort of neurodivergent, but then like having the actual autism be a word for the people who are actually living the sort of more very much more restricted life, and then there's the over encompassing that includes them and everyone else, which would be then on the spectrum, which I think would be personally just how I view language. I feel is more fair. Because that way, I also then wouldn't say I feel like a massive imposter trying to compare myself to some of the people I know. And that's why I think like I'm the same as you. It's like no, I'm not though. Like I'm a bit weird at times, but it doesn't really restrict my life the way these other people's, my friends and acquaintances, how their lives are like actively restricted. Oh, and by the way, thanks for the gift to some the other day. I was meaning to say. Oh. Well, that's the thing. That's why I guess like, yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Yeah, I get stuck on words and things and trying to find the true meaning. I don't like it when we have words with too many meanings. That's sort of like, I feel like then instead just removes the meaning from words. Now words mean nothing. If they mean everything, they mean nothing. If all these things are the same thing, then none of these are actually separate things. Why do we have words for these things? And that's why I'd rather have a separate word for, spectrum, and separate for, debilitating autism. But again, yes, that is B. We have a pump pushing this up, but we could push this a little higher, but no, wait, no, doesn't matter. Don't worry about it now. And hey there, Cobalt Snacks, hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you around again, my friend. English has a lot of really dumb words that aren't needed. I mean, there might be, but then again, I kind of like it, that the fact it has so many words. I mean, similarly to my native language, Finnish, which then is sort of very to the point. Where, words have meaning, and that's it. But then again, it has its benefits in the sense that we could then have certain words and terms, especially when you encounter new words and terms you haven't heard before, they're kind of self-explanatory because this is just how the Finnish language works. So you can hear a word you've never heard before, and you can sort of like just deduce, oh, okay, so this means this then. All right, cool, yes. And English is 3 languages in a trench coat. Ha! I think it's closer to 5 at this point. Because first of all, it's actually there's English, Scottish, Irish. So so that'd be Gaelic and then Welsh, of course. And so there's the languages of the United Kingdom. So that'll be Gaelic, English, and Welsh at least. Then on top of that, thanks to the heavy influence with the royalty mixing, so there's a lot of French in there, and also a bunch of German, and also a lot of Swedish, funnily enough, leftovers for the Vikings. So there's a whole lot of everybody invaded England. Everybody that came there and left their languages and cultures behind. So it's a giant mishmash of so many things. Wonderful. Important thing to remember as well, it's a spectrum, not a gradation. Is red any more colorful than blue? One person's autism is not the same as another's. It doesn't mean that their life is any less impacted. That's very true, Two-Pop Games, that's very true, but at the same time I would still argue that there is a level of severity differences. There are those who just cannot function in any way in modern society, and who need almost like constant help. And to compare myself to say I have the same level of difficulty, I feel personally that feels just blatantly just false and unfair. But that's me again. And Gaelic is basically an unused, considered dead language and kept alive and taught here in Ireland mostly for cultural reasons. I'm Swedish. Grattis. Finlandssvensk. And once had a great friend from Uruguay. She was a linguist who studied border regions and the way language is mixed. She used to take every opportunity to blame me for what she said was the biggest sin of the English language, Phrasal verbs. Okay, I will have to admit my ignorance. I can't. What's a phrasal verb? I can't for the life of me just imagine, get one into my head. My understanding is came to be as a trade language, so everyone he invaded and everyone did the business with English left a mark. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and also because English is very affected by the history of the United Kingdoms. You know, it is three, it's technically four, I guess. Like you know, kingdoms, their own cultures, their own histories that then united, and then of course, you know, cultures mix and so on. The Vikings came, then they mixed a lot. There's a lot of like Swedish or like Nordic, Scandinavian language effects left in a lot of places, similar to how Romans ended up affecting so many different languages. And then, of course, then England went and became royalty, and then royalty mixed, and then because you have, you know, French-speaking royalty, then that becomes, oh, that's in the vogue now, so everyone has to start using French words, and that's how borrowed words enter the language, and that's been going for centuries, and then, you know, the language keep on mixing, instead of like these small individual words like how there's, you know, you have a cow and then there's beef, which is from bœuf, which is from French, you know, and so on. So that would make sense because they had a lot of impact with their neighbors and so on, and then of course the whole empire eventually. As someone with ADHD, who has had that level of extreme executive dysfunction all my life, I would still never be annoyed with someone saying they have ADHD or autism and having their own unique experience. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I would never be annoyed at that now. I think it's more of a self-criticism, because, you know, you lived with your difficulties, so at this age, you know, I got my diagnosis as at what was I, 30, 35, 34, something like that, and well, I mean, you've learned a lot of shame living a life like that. And when there's you know, something's obviously kind of wrong, but no one really sees it, and you all you can really think is like, well, maybe it's just me, you know, maybe I'm just imagining things, maybe I should just try harder. Maybe everyone's right. Maybe I am the problem. So that can get a little tricky. And a phrasal verb is an English verb which has no meaning until the word which comes after it modifies it. A house burns up as it burns down. Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Your ignorance, I struggle with what's a verb, noun, etc. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can keep on saying, you know, you're never gonna get cured of your ignorance unless you expose it to people. Best thing you can do is raise awareness for it, because that generally helps people. It helps in many ways. It makes people question their struggles, makes people more aware of it, and it gets more people seeking help and giving help. Awareness is always helpful. That's very true, Agent Lloyd Morgan. I 100% agree. And usually phrasal verbs descend from an English Germanic roots. Words like get and put can have dozens of meanings, and had to wait until the after the word to find out which one. Oh, she used to complain. Why do we have to wait until after the word to find out what it means? She cried. It's not an HP calculator. Yeah, in that way, I guess, yeah. Finnish superiority. Every word has an exact meaning. And self-explanatory. An optional question. What led you to getting diagnosed that late? A close friend of mine, childhood friend, ended up getting diagnosed. And we've always sort of joked about how we are so drastically different, yet similar. Like, you know, these are sort of like similar fates, but that when we took very different paths in life. And he got diagnosed, and then he was saying, like, you should probably go to get checked out. And then he started explaining what led to him getting his diagnosis, sharing experiences, and then I came to the conclusion that, okay, that sounds extremely familiar to me. Maybe I should definitely get see if I can get a diagnosis, and yeah, then I did, and it worked out. Got help from my therapist, I'm also yes, chronically depressed, probably from this whole. The life of an undiagnosed person can easily lead to a lot of troubles. I'd almost say like less nowadays, but yeah, life hasn't, and the people in it haven't really been always the kindest. Especially when you keep on failing at things that should be just every day. There's just normal. There's no reason why this is so difficult. You must be lazy. There's something wrong with you. And then in the end, you end up believing it yourself. So, it's been great getting that late in life diagnosis, because I've learned to forgive myself a lot more. Still working on it though. It's not that easy to forgive yourself. But I'm working, but it's we're getting there. And I have PTSD from reverse Polish notation. Oh no. Oh yeah, that was the crazy math stuff. Yeah, I don't think I ever went to I think I watched one YouTube video years ago about reverse Polish notation. That's about it. And I'm exceptionally wise when the BPD isn't making me act crazy. I'm equally blessed and cursed. Some kind of ironic equilibrium. I think that's... Yeah, I think a lot of people... And because the whole wisdom thing usually comes with perspective, and perspective comes through experience, and experience comes through hardship usually. And that's why there's a lot of people who are on the spectrum who might end up being, having some good insights on things, I've noticed. And then there's also the whole... I'd say there's... What's the word now? Correlation, I mean, there's also high IQ and ADHD seems to have a lot of overlap as well, because it's fascinating, because it kind of makes sense in a way, because you're ADHD, you have a hyperactive pattern recognition, and that also usually leads to then also good in logic puzzles, and IQ is just purely logic puzzles. People say, oh, high IQ, he must be so intelligent. I'm like, no, it just means they're good at math. They're potentially good at math and good at block puzzles. That's it. All it measures. But it's neat. Why am I flying around? I haven't built anything. When I was a kid, again, why getting diagnosed late is, unless you had really obvious strong symptoms, you were not very likely to get diagnosed. Nowadays, it is much better understood with ADHD, and I would probably have gotten a diagnosis. I mean, like I did then at a later age. But when I was a kid, yeah, no, I was not symptomatic enough. Because, I was doing okay in school and all that. It used to be those who were just wild, wouldn't sit down, were absolutely bad, atrociously bad at school and so on, unless it was, something they were really interested in, and they could just focus. I did okay in school, and I wasn't too wild, hence couldn't have been ADHD. Conversation's too good to build. Yeah, I mean, it's happened before, it's gonna happen again. I go on random rants. That's what happens here. I get sidetracked. Alright, now this machine here needs 40 times 6, so 2 times 6 is 12, 24, 240. No? Yeah, because 2 times 6 is 12, then it's 24. So 240 units of water for these guys. Ooh, the bird song. So your inputs are there. Sure. Give you all some of that sweet, sweet goat music. You all know, love and crave. Zoop that on that way a little bit. And you... There we go.
Have a drink on me.
There we go. And
Stop
Yeah.
shrimping Streamer Man.
give us a quick sec. There we go. Thank you all. Some merit to the Foundation can play the underwater extractors on the grid. Perhaps. The underwater extractors don't need to be on the grid because they need to just adjust to the terrain itself. That was more handy, I guess, if when I was building on the ocean. Let's go. Appointment calls. Good luck with the factory. Hey, thank you again for hanging out, Agent Zoe Morgan. I appreciate it, and thank you for the good talk. That's pretty nice. And then singular squad. There we go. And we shall hydrate with some tea. Yeah, that'd be enough water. Yeah, the 240, enough for these, yep. Yep. That'd be these guys then set up, and they only have a solid output. Then we need to figure out how do we then do the rest. Now they're producing... Actually, yeah, the amount of rubber they produce is absolutely irrelevant. All we only care about is these. So 240 to 480 units of heavy oil residue. So So, heavy oil residue. Then we check out our fuel. And the mathematic here says so it doubles. So 480 will become a grand total of 960. But let's see how many machines we need. And then every machine needs 100. So we do 480 divided by 50 with 9.6 machines, grand total of 10, and we'll just ramp one down. So 480 divided by 50 equals 9.6. Where's the... No? Now 10 refineries needing 100 water each would be 1k, so we need 1k water. Producing... well... and 960 fuel. Now each one of those refineries would be requiring, I do believe it was 20. We'll double check. $30. Yeah, so they both take 30. So do 960 divided by 30 means 32 refineries to burn through all of that. That's going to make a hell of a lot of plastic and rubber. But the funny thing is, yeah, because then after that we don't really care about how much plastic rubber we put in, because eventually it'll get saturated and we just skim off the overflow pretty much. So that's going to be pretty neat. So 960 divided by 30 makes 32. 960 divided by 30 equals 32 refineries. Divide that by 2, that's 116. Which means right, if it always doubles, that means in theory we could be producing 960 units of rubber and 960 units of plastic. We needed a grand total of 364 plastic and 126 rubbers. That's a bit more than we just directly need. And 960 would be a pretty good number, to be honest, because that'll be 2 machines and still be less than 1 full belt. Which means they should always be able to run and grab excess without needing to have more than one sort of outlet in between. Okay, 32 refineries, 16 each. 16 divided by 2 would be 8. So do 8 and 8, and 8 and 8. And then 10 refineries for the fuel production. I'm thinking if we build a funny tower, we'll have 8 and 8, 8 and 8, and then 10. So 3 levels. We do the fuel all the way at the top, so that way we can just have, we only need to pump the water there in one spot, and then the gravity will make sure the fuel goes to everyone else. We need a liquid buffer or 2 in between, so we can just keep on purging it a couple of times in there in between, or just throw in a generator. Yeah. I think the gravity fueled liquids still like fill up from the bottom first. So if we allow it to flow down, and then we have the refineries there, and then like higher up there would also be a fuel generator to like just burn through some of that fuel, maybe. Well, okay, so we have a plan there. So this, and these are here to like just deliver some starter rubber pretty much to just burn through the polymer resin these buggers are producing. So, in order to make a giant and mildly silly structure like that, that still would require 960 units of water. Let's double check here. 960 then divided by 12 means you need a grand total of 8 fuel pumps. I was worried there for a sec. 80? I was like, Jesus, what the? Oh, I forgot a 0. There you go. Oh no, the goats are getting loud again. It's not very chilled, that goat chill. And for this one, I feel like we could try and then separate this here platform from the upcoming structure with, yeah, you see we'd add like that. Now this one has 6 of them in a row. And that is over 14. Save needs, yeah, 2, then 1. So at least 16. In length. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So 16 by 9. We'll push it like in that direction. This means 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 plus 1, so then it needs 5 more. Come on, get in the hole. There we go. So that'll be like 1 floor. And what is the height we need? Sure, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Darned. 7, 8, 9. No, so this would be fuel production area. Then one for just making plastic, one for just making rubber. Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. So we got our blueprints, and within our undefined, we find the double refinery with walkways, Mark 1.2. The refinery. Remove the entire blueprint, please. Thank you very much. Lights, phase, output. All right, fine. Load in this one. Wanted it to be sort of there. Half step, full step. Bring it to the side. Thinking I could maybe fix that. Let's see what we had here. It looks like the answer might be no. But I kind of liked having the beams there, though. And you're at a weird position. So how about it's a weird freeform. That won't. God damn it, was that the answer all along? I'm trying to make it all weird and complex and stuff. But freeform it. Can't make him match. Rick. I guess we could do that. Welcome back to the end. And yeah, I'm trying to figure out how do I move this the tiniest bit further down, because if I'm pretty sure if I leave this as is, it'll end up doing weird shit. If we do half step, full step. Huh. The only real problem here was the levitation. Like, it's one of those things you'll see extremely rarely, probably never, but I'd know it was there. This way, we have a funny little extra shelf down there. Not necessarily a bad thing, but ooh, let's have a quick look see though. What if we change that to, you guessed it, a crossbeam? Who doesn't love a hacking crossbeam? Well, that fixes the entire thing way better than I was expecting it to. And this is me hoping that it'll then count the beam to be beginning at, you know, the cross of the beam, center, rather than its bottom. No one's facing the wrong hacking way. Can't have that now, can we? Half step to the left. Nice. And then we check out our sweet, sweet blue prints and we try to look again. And actually, yeah, excellent. Turns out my fears were unwarranted. See, it's properly on the ground. Didn't get mysteriously elevated simply because those were there. Now, we're at 8x8, so that is 2. It's 4. Six. And 8. Now we'll do them one. Oh, perfect. 4 at a time. So you would then be making, say, the residual, no, not the residual, but the cycled plastic. So copy those settings. Let's look at our painting options. Do we have a good one? Well, considering the color of the asset, so that's pretty good. Now these are your outputs. Only solid. Excellent. So that'll simplify setting up all this complex nonsense a little bit. And for inputs, it'll be both liquids that is true though. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I think we could have moved the liquid pipe a little bit to the right. Let's put these first. The wrong button. Let's try it again. Turns out we're gonna need one entire piece of foundation extra. That'll be a 10 by apparently 18. Fair enough. Now, the other question is, how do we make these then inputs match? Now that's kind of relatively easy on that front. We do those straight. Well, and that's just that, I guess. Neat. One, 2, 3, 4. Five, 6. And 7 and 8. I just stood in the dark in front of the washroom door for half a minute, wondering why I couldn't see the nightlight in there. Power out? Was it broken? The door was closed. I've had those situations. Kind of like come up with an anecdote right now, but yeah, they're kind of like we're like staring out, trying to figure out what's the issue. I keep on trying to figure why can't I see it? What could be broken? I did figure out, and then ultimately you go like, what? Door closed. You're trying to like, you can like really lose yourself in the intensity of trying to figure out a solution for the problem. And it turns out there never was a problem, but because you never actually checked, what was the door open or closed. So before you get to the checking part, you already get stuck in there. I wonder what it could be, Yeah, that can happen. Double check, yeah. No liquid output. There we go. Go. Alright, that's the inputs. Maybe a micro black hole was traveling through. Could be. There we go. And that should have excess. There we go. There should be... I don't see one. Is it a mysterious orphaned? Oh yeah, there wasn't one here. No, yeah. Put it in the middle and the top floor. Yeah, that's why I can't find it. Excellent. Mystery solved. And under the blueprints, we do the walkway versions and voila. Maybe 6. Eight. There we go. Inputs sorted. There we go. Outputs almost sorted. And we fix up the... Nope. Opposite side. That is 2. Four, 6, 8. Excellent. Here are the outputs. One, 2, 3. A bastard. Should walkways be clipping like that? I mean, it's the best I could do. I tried to get them to not clip, but the game just refused to let me have a blueprint that isn't off by, like, what is that, an eighth? But other than that, it all looks good, and it's just these seams pretty much that are the issue. Because this way, it's all good. Oh, it's all perfect. This way, it isn't. I guess there could be one more experiment we could try, but no, we built this so far already. We can try to make a couple of tweaks more. I just had one idea that could still be worth trying out. I will do that for the petroleum layer. Sorry, yeah. Doofus. My cataracts have spontaneously turned black. Doofus, and to think I was once licensed to fly a plane. The guy who can't figure out a closed door. Yeah? Well, closed doors are very treacherous, because you never know. They prey on our assumptions. But why would this door be closed? So you never even consider it. I'm sorry. I appreciate the sympathy. I had a dummy light switch. That's a memory device. Yeah? A whole way checklist. Flaps up. Door open. P to 30 degrees. Pants down. At some point, I guess. Release. Alright, so now we need to figure out how do I... Doing a lot of like half-assery here, but I think we do want some way of sensibly bringing in the power up here. I'm thinking that would require a beam. So we do a beam across here, I think. And then from that beam we can have a wall outlet going to this one, and slightly further forward, and then to go to this one, because this... Okay, fair enough, that could also work. The order is important. Putting the pants down after is no good. That's very true. Then you just end up soggy and tarnished in a, unfortunately, literal manner. Now we could have an elevator come. Let's see if could it like meet that thing. Answer is yes. Well, looks like I might have been wrong. Shit. No, I can work with this. These are like just a little off. Yes. And the question is, yeah, how do we get up there? Or over there in general? Oh. Okay. Well, that's a little less than ideal. It's a little weird looking. But I don't hate it. So now we access the left, to the right. Damn you, whoever designed this refineries. I know, right? Some of these weird little bits don't play well with others. Oh, right. And do we have a good, like, rubber color pattern, or do we just use the existing one? We'll leave it as is. We do recycled rubber. We do settings copied. Because the placement offset push the walkway back into itself, make it shorter too. Well, that's, I mean, only a little bit, and that's happening here already. But you see, this here ramp hides the fact that these wouldn't meet in a neat way, and nor would these. And these we could probably still kind of get away with, but not this one. So we need the ramp there to hide that fact, and other than that, okay. So 4x2 Lego block with the pips just slightly offset in random directions. Yeah, exactly, 100%. With the nail on the head there, friendo. Well, let's see. So if we do want to bring the power, maybe we should in the end put a beam here. Let's see, how would we make that work? So look at our beamly beam options. We could Oh, I do like the cross beams. Let's try with the cross beam. What to start with? Not a fan of that. Biggest fan of that, but it works. Oof. Half step to the right. Good old beam connector saves the day. There we go. There we go. The music feels like it's slowly getting weirder. I know, right? It's like the audio effect, you know, the pitch that sounds like it keeps on getting like higher and higher and higher, even though it doesn't. It's similar to that one, but with goat music and getting weirder. Even though it is just a repeating playlist of like 3 or 4 songs, it feels like it keeps on just going wilder and wilder anyway.
Sun off 10 happy dance.
And then what's that? Hope we're doing well. I really have no explanation for this music. The power of the goat music. It is as they say, goated. Whether you like it or not, whether you're ready or not. It's goat o'clock, baby. So it's 1, 2, 3 from the base. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Now with it though, then the base of the elevator would be kind of here. Yeah, we can make that work. Maybe the long winters lead to cabin fever. Could be. I never know with those Swedes. Yeah, I'm on. Well, a small gap apparently, and the only answer is, well, the answer is simple. Don't look at it. So cross beam started from there. Half step to the left. Beam connector 1. Beam connector 2. No. Machines are on, power is on. Elevator delivering power to the two places. We got the beams. We're probably gonna want then ceiling lights along the middle here. Let's just try it out, why don't we? Because we look here. Okay, you're sort of off center, but we're gonna have to make it work. It's either that or yeah, now looks pretty like glaring enough. Of course we can't have it like that because we need to then, let's see here, one like this. Your center is here, edges around. There. Go for that. That looks pretty good. One, two. All right. Come on. Ah! There you go. So that is 1, 2, 1, and 2. So like 4 foundations from center to center. Feels like a good number. So it'd be 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, now that looks like beautifully illuminated. And thanks for rendering distances, we got, some cool lighting that's the proximity trigger. Nice. One, two, 1, 2. Thank you, Mojo M, for the American Escape, by the way. Been a good one. And last night, not centered. Those are... Ah, you're right. We got the plastic, we got the rubber. And the outputs go that way. They go power. The inputs are kind of set up. Still need the actual fuel. And to make those... Oh, that's on the right there. We need 10 refineries, so 9.6. So we do 10, and we're underclock one of them or something, and it'll be fine. There we go. And we look at the blueprints and we find the good old refinery with walkways. Center that corner. Right there. That's 1, 2. Yeah, we'll end up with 12, and we'll just remove a couple. That's the wrong machine. We need blenders. Now the inputs are always in the middle. Now this one needs the water and the heavy oil residue. The residue is being made here, so we just might as well pump it here and then along the wall up. Similarly, we'll have another pipe next to it bringing out the water. We'll ship it all up here. We have a buffer container, liquid container, and then the fuel that is produced is then shipped here and maybe down along here. And in here goes into those machines, into those machines. Yep. Diluted fuel. Oh yeah. Now 5 of these make, yeah, so 500 a minute, so it's, we need 10 of these. means closer to 1,000. Right, I have an idea. These will be the fuel lines. We'll have 5 machines on both sides. So it's 500 plus 500, and then they go down, and then they have like split and join in along the line that goes to all the refineries, because each individual like line of refineries will consume less than one entire belt, one entire pipe. So it'll be fine. And it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And at this point, I think we'll all go to Doubts for a little while. Let's go with me and my golf cart. There we go.
Hello, son of Hanu. Twitch urged me to watch your stream to maintain my streak, as if I needed such a frivolous reason. Ha ha.
Hey there, Oshog. Hope we're doing well. Hey there, Treaclebot. Enjoy those lurkins and those scapins. Mate. Well, I mean, I'm glad you like it here. And I'm glad you're building up those streaks. Chin chin, my friend. Enjoy some tasty tea. Raining again. We got it nice and dry. Thankfully, not too, not too hot, not too sunny, and not too cloudy. A nice, perfect mild. You gotta love it. Now with this, I think we can make a funny case here for the glass frame foundations. No, yeah, bear. There you go, wonderful. Because I think the tops kind of like work with these being, covered in glass. Then we can have catwalks that go on the backside here together with beams, and that'll then bring the power lines here. Good for whatever you're doing, indoors or out, 100%. The temperature itself is a little on the warmer side, but not as hot as it has been, so it's just a very nice and bearable day, which is always good. Now, these will then be consuming, also a crazy amount of water. So we'll have 2 separate water pipes, whereas the heavy oil residue, like I said, should come in and fill up a buffer. You might as well use a nice big old chunky industrial one. So that'll be a grand total of 500 that we're bringing up. What a peak. Day 1 of the week. Hey, 7 stream streak. Why, thank you, my friend. That's very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. Now, they're going to have the railings, and because this thing is more than a kind of building base, so we're going to do this one with the catwalks. Come on, a few more. And here is the keep making our way forward. Nice, nice. Very good, very good. Now, if you come here, we get a beam goes up all the way here, exactly in the corner, which is a little close, perhaps. So in that way, it'll be better if we bring the beam in here from the middle. Something like this. Thank you for that, looking, Akihiro. Hope you're having a good one. Enjoying the lightings and the escapings. See here. A great one. Hope you're as well. Glad to hear it, my friend. Glad to hear it. Thank you for the lurks as well. Rainforester. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a nice one. My day is also going quite well, I'd say. Quite well indeed. Pleasant start. And the project here is making some very nice. Gosh darn. Some very nice progress. There we go. So that'll look better, because then it won't intercept with that one. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's the fifth one. Come on, that connector goes there. Did he put one there? There we go. There. Already looking a lot better than just having like a bunch of blenders. Add just some catwalks and corners, some beams, and it all starts looking like you know what you're doing. And you can fool all kinds of people that way. There. Now I've got the yellow lights, they're all connected that way. Fantastic. Now I'm tempted to push this thing up just a little bit actually. And that way we could have the water being pumped in like along the floor. And if you kind of feel like trying to use those. Of course, there's no reason for it to be the industrial size one, but I just, you know, I want it. So I'm gonna. I'll be straight in the middle there, which is acceptable. And this way, we could, even better, we get rid of those two. And we replace them with the inverted frames. That way the pipe can go yeah, how do we then get it all the way across? So yes, we could have it crossing here where part of it goes here as it should, then also goes like across over here, or then it goes all the way around, which isn't impossible, But this feels a little potentially silly. Now we could get rid of these. Maybe move that guy that way. Or, that's a silly idea, the pipe actually does straight up come up over here, then it goes all the way here. And we have the fluid buffer actually hang out over here. Then it comes out from that one into a T-crossing where one pipe then goes back down, feeding into these, and the other one goes around. I think that could actually work. That could be a pretty neat option. And with that, we'll look at it from the other side first. So we still have the two frames in front. And if we have one of these halfway, there you go. That's like, you know, a piece of practice stuff. So now there's like a frame and a half. Now if we have a pipe coming from above, and that should be easy enough to like just go down and smoothly make a funny little corner, right? If we do this, we do that. Find one of these close enough to the seam, we do this one. Something like that. And then we should be quite easily able to fit, yeah, a pipe that goes along here. There we go. We favor the right one. There you go. And there's going to be a water pipe. I should have color coded this one first. Well, better late than never and all that, I suppose. That is the... Okay. So that'd be the water pipe. Then... of course, with the same thing here, and you're like, and in the middle, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fifth one is already there. Zoop this one all the way. Oh, right. That was a mistake. There we go. Then we'll look at it again, and our architecture, the inverted big framey rampy. 3, 4. You zoop that all the way. And then we're not entirely certain yet how the pipes will be pulled from point A to point B, so we can just start with that. Alright. That does look kind of fun. And I like fun. Don't believe the naysayers, I do. I really do. Trust me, bro. I had fun once. Never again. Alright, let's have a quick look-see here. That would have been better. Because the pipe was, levitating a bit too much. Whoops. That went completely wrong, but there we go. There we go. Get in there, get in there. Building our sweet little purple pipes. Next, that one. Now they look like actually supported by the frame, so that's a win in my book at least. Alright, so the same thing on the other side. Oh yeah. Ah, there we go. It's all coming together in a rather acceptable fashion here, I'd say. Wonderful and delightful. And with this, we can keep on building the things. Connecting the tubes. All them pipes and tubes of destiny. There you go. So. They all have power. And the outputs go here, then they go, through these walls down or through these. We'll figure it out when we get there. Now these are supporting these pipes in a most delightful manner. And alright, we'll put in a half foundation there if necessary. On this side we then have one extra piece of foundation that we could kind of take off if we wanted to add some more three-dimensionality and some funny fashion there. I'd rather have it being pumped up all the way first. And somehow this speaks to me. fluid buffer like this. That'll be too far. That should still kind of work. Okay then. Not sure I like that. There we go. Let's try it again. Alright, so we pump in the purple stuff. It goes in the big grape. From the big grape, it gets sent into the two sides. There we go. Now we'll need a wall for a pipe. Yeah, you'd be like right in the middle of two of those. That's why being able to follow this would have been nicer. Excelente. Okay, frick yeah. This means we can I can do the thing with the wall. So find the idea of that funny. Or just in general neat, I guess. With the basic wall, and it goes all the way and zooped and pooped. Goes pretty far. And hey there, Treacle. Hope you're enjoying your lurking and escaping. And I hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. Hope you take it easy. And I might see you around later. For my own flavor of lurking and escaping. Okay, so now we have a large freaking refinery tower of potentially infinite oil products, because my math says this should work. But a part of me is whenever I find something that's like, hey, yo, this looks like it should be an infinite loop, makes me just desperately like just not trust myself. Like, I must have done something wrong. Surely these cannot be. Heckin' wonderful. And just because we don't want too many pipes hanging off of, pure emptiness, then that is why we have these wonderful things known as, I guess, a heckin' catwalk. And we just do that. Yeah. And then we do this. It doesn't need to be a catwalk to anywhere. It's just there to, support the pipe. In fact, we could be sensible about it and actually make it a catwalk. Slide them more to somewhere, because it'll still support the pipe. So visually. And we can turn that into a door or something. It'll be hecking neat. More neat than you can possibly imagine. What the frick? Mouse had a little spastastic time there. Now if we do you here...
Time for a big stretch.
My god, hey there, nuke bomb. That cracks the back, but he stretches the front a bit. Then we stretch the back. It's very important your shoulders and your upper back for stretching, especially when you hang out at a computer all the time. Whether you're standing or sitting, in both cases, because you end up like... actually, that's also true for anyone who works at a desk. Are you a chef or whatever? Craftsman. Because you end up being like in this kind of position, which means these muscles are kind of always a little contracted. Ow. Didn't mean to do that? Well, too bad. You're stretching now. Here's the core. Get the hips not facing forward. And lower back. There we go. Freaking lovely. And thank you for the stretch. I do need it, because even here, even as a standing desk, I stand around, I move around a little bit, but still end up being pretty static. Far more than I'd like to. Alright. I think we can get away with this. We'll need to double check. And also, let's find that purple paint. To color code these. Game on. I like my color-coded machines. I mean, they were okay as they were. Still have that blue, that cyan in there. Nice. And then we see... Okay, clip into the stairs, which is... doesn't actually, affect anything. But I just personally feel that is just a little less than ideal. So what if we try to put it on the left side of these pillars, but then it's a bit too close to that. So we're just on the right, beneath the belt. Is apparently the way to go. So this way we can, friggity frack, we can then start moving stuff from here over to here. Okay, perfect. We're following that one. You hear the factories turning on as they are being able to finally get some of their output, out. Yeah, you're fine. There we go. Now we need to put up beams here similarly to this one, so we can make the power lines make a bit more sense than they currently do. Nothing impossible, but then that's why I was wondering, like, if we could at the same time... apparently there's enough headlift to get up there. So 2 pumps will be more than enough. Then fantastic. Wondering if I should just I try to have 1 pump here or something. I think that could look the neatest in many ways. But then your power input is on the wrong side. I knew those machines give some head lift, but I can't ever remember how much head lift a refinery by itself actually brings in. I was thinking it would be neat if we could just have one of these down here already. It'd be like some less than fantastic clipping if we put it there. So that's why, yeah, that'll be ultimately for the best, I believe. Afternoon, what is this about rubbery loops and that flip latch? It's because we're gonna change these to make just heavy residue. Heavy oil residue, which makes a little bit of polymers. As you can see, we're turning those small amounts of polymers all into rubber. And then we'll be sending the rubber in here. But 30 rubber can be turned into 60 plastic. So we're doubling the amount of stuff we have. We just put in some more fuel. And then above here, we're turning 30 plastic into 60 rubber. See where I'm going here? So we're doubling the amount we have of stuff from plastic to rubber. Then we can send that stuff back down. And the loop continues forever. Whether, you know, every piece of rubber turns into 2 plastic. Every piece of plastic turns into 2 rubber. They loop through each other until eventually the belts get fully saturated. And then we have a smart splitter to remove the overflow. That's the plan, at least. And that's why we're making so much heavy residue of the oil, because then we're pumping it out all the way to the roof. Our blenders are turning it into just fuel. So we're making homeopathic plastics and rubbers. We keep on diluting it further and further and further and further, using the magical powers of fuel. We can put one there. There we go. See, now I've got heavy oil residue being pumped all the way up. Goes in here, goes into this here giant buffer tank over here. And then it goes from here to a T-crossing, and then to those and to these. So now we just need the water. Now the 5 machines, each one of them wants 100 water a minute, so there'll be, well, 500. That's a good old 5 pumps now in it. Yep. So the mass supports closed loop? Yeah, kinda. I mean, we're still gonna make some rubber here, so that'll be like used to be like seed to start the factory. Then eventually we'll end up having a sort of infinite system with then the smart splitters allowing always the overflow to be chucked away. Well, the overflow is actually the stuff that we'd be sending then to the exports, as well as, you know, a sync. Nice. Glad you like it. Now, part of me is expecting something silly yet blindingly obvious to pop out out of nowhere to point out why I actually can't make this happen. I haven't really figured it out yet, but I'm sure it's there somewhere. Hiding, waiting to make me feel sad. Now, what could be a fun color for this one? I kind of like these. I mean, it is a plastic factory. Alright. So the elevator brings in the power. These one water pipe there, one water pipe here. Water will be pumped in from probably from below. Let's see here. Come on. All right, friendos, come on. Silly machine. We're getting there. Now let's see if we can make this work. Horizontal to vertical is cool. Ah. I've stayed a central 32 by 32 area for my project parts. Not to use, I managed to even get to phase 3 parts. Well, practice makes perfect, and we all get there in the end. Might take a while. And then to connect these... Sometimes getting these to be, aimed can be very annoying. There we go. Now we also want to make sure that things don't then pour out. There we go. Sure does. 10x project parts, and I'm cleared 225,000 frameworks and 5,000 engines while planning. With factory carts. Ah, factory carts, nice. Still haven't used them yet. Still planning on it. I'd imagine, yeah, especially with the large-scale production of everything, the factory carts can really help you save a lot of resources. I'm assuming, because there's free transportation. It ain't the fastest. It ain't the most powerful, but it most definitely can carry some project parts. All right, so now we got these set up. Then the next step is, all right, yeah, of course. There we go. Now, it's not like we need any, valves here. It's not gonna, the pipe go down. And they can drive on catwalks. Exactly. Amazing. I'm really looking forward to once I finally just get around to building something that makes use of silly, funny, wonderful carts. Yeah. Good old maybe. We'll see what we come up with. Okay, well, so now there's a place for the fuel to go. Water needs to be, plumped down and connected, so that's no real issue. And now I need to figure out then the solids. So your input is plastic. The plastic is done down here. Plastic's input is also here in the middle. I think these actually look surprisingly good. So I'm thinking we have belts on the outside here and here. So now this outside is looking a lot very busy, and I'm pretty okay with that. I think we're gonna have to then put beams or something to go crossing the wall as well. Give that some more than 3D oomph to it. And having these large openings is a-okay, because it then allows us to bring in the solids. Because the solids are all also, not a single input or output is actually on floor level, so that's gonna help us. Because then it's easy to bring the belts, you know, across the pipes. Now we can have the outputs go in, say, here. Alright, let's see. You feed into here. Hey there, Phasma. How you doing? Ooh. Also with Satisfactory. Awesome raid message. It is a very satisfying, satisfactory raid message indeed. Very awesome. Hey there, Phasma. Hey there, Guarding Green. Hope you're doing good. How is the factory doing today? I'm going a little overboard in silly concepts, but that's nothing new, is it? Now, is it? I think we're gonna have to have a priority merger that prioritizes the output of these, which is the rubber coming from here. And then once that's done, there we go. Overboard is what the game pushes you toward. That is very true, Phasma. And welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and just lately just really addicted to all kinds of cool factory and automation games. And so I'm be playing through Satisfactory. I'm playing through Factorio, Dyson Sphere Project. And now good old Satisfactory, and I just realized that one of the things I really love about Satisfactory is, frankly, the architecture. I made a blueprint for a refinery that is not the most... I have two refinery blueprints now. One where they're really tight together for like the minimum footprint, and this one is where I just added all these convoluted walkways. And I'm really enjoying the convoluted walkways and street lights. And then we build a sort of tower here. Because what we're doing here is we're making the heavy oil residue. A little bit of polymer resin gets left over. And here we turn that polymer resin into rubber. And all the heavy oil residue gets pumped all the way to the tippy top. together with some water, eventually. There's no pumps yet. And we turn all of that into diluted fuel. And all that fuel gets pumped back down. Gravity will let it fall. Where it goes to these two levels, where these refineries will be doing things such as taking the rubber from here, recycling it into plastic, because you get 30 rubber to 60 plastic, so we're doubling the amount of material we put in. And then we're going to send that up here and turn that plastic into rubber, doubling what we just put in. And then we send that rubber down here and double what we just put in, and so on and so forth. So we should have a technically infinite rubber and plastic loop. We have 16 machines, so both levels will be producing 16 times 960 units per minute constantly, because that is the amount of fuel we will be producing as well. And that should work. And I still don't see anything wrong with the math, but a part of me keeps on being paranoid that once I get this thing up and running, it'll just crash and burn. And if it does, well, then it does. That way we are turning a relatively small amount of oil, because we got 12 of these consuming 30, that's 240. No. 12 times 3 is 24, 30, 360. So one normal, fully sharded, and a little bit of an impure one. And we're making almost 1,000 rubber and 1,000 plastic per minute. And all of that is, of course, going into a sink. Because actually we needed, for the computer parts factory, a grand total of 364 plastic and 126 rubber. But if you're gonna do it, why not go big? So as long as you feed it more fuel, so this would be the infinity loop. As long as you get it seeded. And we're technically getting it seeded just because we're making it. See, this produces a little bit of resin. You gotta do something with it, so might as well make some rubber, because that has the best 40:20 best ratio compared to the plastic one. So in the beginning, I'm expecting to have to flush the tubes a couple of times before it all gets properly saturated, and then it should be able to run forever. And put a whole bunch of rubber and plastic into the sinks, and of course, most importantly, the actual export stations. And we can add more export stations. And it was difficult, and then I had to give up in trying to figure out how to make blueprints not have that overlap of what is that, 1/8, a 10th of a freaking of a square. What is that? That'd be 4 meters. Half of that is then 2. Now there's 1. What is it? Half a meter, if that. Absolute poo-poo crap. Well, so all in all, in theory, should work. In practice, we'll find out once we get there. Right now, we need to figure out how to bring the solids in and out. And we have to make sure that these guys, because they're getting rid of the polymer resin, they get priority in the productions. That's why we're going to have a priority merger here, where the outputs of these flows here. And then there's another input, which would be coming from here. Hey, would you look at that? We got the... which then is grabbing the rubber from here. Yeah, making perfect. And... I think we can pull this one off. Oh, that's the input hole, not the output hole. Yeah. And there we go. But how is Hater Fast Mouse factory growing? Any cool projects you're working on yourself? Now, of course, you know. No stress. Going on chat. Streaming is very tiring. I know. I do this myself. I might have streamed a stream or two. So this would... Yeah, that's inputs. Okay, let's do one level at a time. So the merger might as well be here, I guess. But I kind of feel like it might look better slightly further back. So we'll put it there for now. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, goes between the beams. We could potentially get away with a wall mount. We almost literally could. We probably can if we just do it in the correct. What? It doesn't do anything, but it looks neat. There we go. Looks neat, doesn't clip in too much. And oh, would you look at that? We'll double check. The inputs are done. And the outputs on this side are done. We got our state lights, we got our ceiling lights, we have a lot of windows. I really learned to enjoy these roll-up gates. And that's otherwise good, but wrong spots. Because this is the input, this is the output. Silly me. So for that, we would want the output more there. Yeah. Excelente. Well, booger. We'll try it again. All nice and straight like, and it's like really attached to the wall, so it does look like it is getting into support. I'm okay with this. There. And then the plastic goes in here. And the rubber comes out and goes in here. And here we do the merger. We'll probably have to move that lift there. There we go. And from here we continue this little silly little belt goose. Right? Oh, can't be done. Thankfully there's an easy fix. Come on. So, turns out that was an easy fix, just a quick nudge to the left, and A-OK. So now the output goes into the input, and the output is then sent down, where it joins this guy, and yeah. Alright, so now they'll be looping into each other infinitely, and now we need to figure out where exactly would we then have our overflow. Like, this is a merger. We don't have a splitter anywhere. Well, no, we have our splitters here, of course. I was thinking... Well, of course. Our very last conveyor splitter should be a smart one. So if this one starts getting backed up, that means no one else is grabbing any. and you'll let the overflow through. Oh no, not dumb. It'd probably be better if it's the very first one now, isn't it? Because the very first one is a smart splitter. It'll then allow for... But it can't be. We'll have to have smart splitter here in between. That works. Because I like their inputs because it's a sort of manifold system, so these might still be, very willing to grab some more while those are like all fully saturated. So it's better when everything in here is fully saturated. That is when the excess is detected here and sent, I don't know, that way. Can I? I can. I have a smart splitter right here with an excess overflow trigger heading to the right. Now we could try for something like this, but I think it might be better. There's some mild clipping, but it's clipping that I can accept because it still looks like it's kind of supporting the, structurally, the entire structure and all that. And let's see here. So comes in, overflow goes that way, goes down, and from here we can then ship it out, or it's a fun idea, but doesn't actually need to go up here at all, now does it? You see, we have those big old giant holes in the freaking walls, which means we can have a smart splitter down here instead. Sorry, overflow to the right. Which goes there. So now we have an export hole. Yeah. And similarly, one here, but it'll be on the left side of this. And then they'll meet up, go somewhere, somehow, somewhen. So now we have the solid setup. We just need to, I guess, hook up the first import. There you go. And then, they'll need fuel to actually be able to work. And that means we need that water. So it'll be 5 machines per tube. I'm wondering, should I have these actually go that way, or see if I can get them that way? I mean, sure, it's a little silly, I guess, but heck, that's never stopped me before, now has it. So we then zoop the whoop that way, and we have a watery extractor checking out life around here. Needs to go a little bit this way. Then we check out production, water extractor. There we go. So it's not deep enough. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's a little weird, but we'll make it work. There we go. Dang it. There we go. Now we get power on the double wall outlets. There we go. Take a little bit of a tumble and we repaint this one all nice and agua. Then we fly on up. Yep, they're turning on. Excellent. Now 5 of these actually are producing 600 water. We only need 5. But I don't know, shit still works, so that's okay. Would this have been better? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Well, apparently, yes. Oh well. It's gonna get to be a little funny. I'd say okay. Come on. There you go. We can do that for now. Come on. Come on, you little toobly woobly friend. We can do this. I was getting powered by nonsense. Hello there, Jamie, on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a most pleasant day, my friend. Alright, now all these are nice and almost. There we go. Wrong. There we go. Here, and then we check out here the double wall outlet. Oh, there's plastic flowing. Not quite enough fuel, but hey, it's getting there. Plastic is being pumped in. Whoops. See, we've got a whole bunch of fuel here already. Slowly but surely. Getting done. And so this thing has been, yeah, completely filled here in between. We're low on water. Oh yeah, on this side, of course. But you all are full of water, because you're technically pumping in more water than you all need. And these are then slowly but surely they'll all end up getting saturated. And that's also why we have these sort of T-crossing things here. So because we're making a theoretical 1,000 units of fuel. In practice, we can only make 960. And that's when we have these mixing things here in between. And valves to make sure that, you know, whatever's already here, it won't be, you know, flowing back down. Oh, rubber is being made. Plastic is being consumed. All these are green. Almost all these are green. Why a yellow? Are you poorly connected? You're low on resin. You're beeping orange. Because you're having the oil residue. But that's fine. That is A-okay. Oh yeah, plastic is being turned into rubber, and rubber is being turned into plastic. Oh, and apparently quite heavy amounts. Now we have belts that could be coming out for the... let's do this. Eventually, for them to be saturated, they'll most likely not get done, become saturated at the same time. Which is why we need the sink. And now it's just a question of waiting. outputs go here. Oh, looks good. The Infinity Machine. They're all green. You're still yellow. You're low on fuel, but you don't. But you still have some. Alright, so the fuel. You're slowly but surely putting in. Have you used conveyor monitor yet? Yes. Yes, I have flip latch. The latest point I used it was over there with my computer circuit factory to just make sure how much stuff. Hey, would you look at that? We have reached maximum saturation. And now we could then put those two. Now we should be pretty much outputting more plastic than rubber, because the rubber is produced directly from the plastic, but the plastic is produced from both this rubber and this rubber. So there we go. Now we're overproducing both. Slowly but surely. So I'm kind of wondering if I should add a couple of tanks to hold a little bit of water here. I don't think we do need that, because we're overproducing the water, whereas we are underproducing the fuel, to be honest. So that would explain that one. That was fast. Yeah, I mean, didn't take it. I mean, we started with the output of these, which was 120 units of rubber. Those got doubled to 240 units of plastic, got doubled to 480 units of rubber, got doubled to 960 units of plastic, got doubled to 1,000 something units of rubber. And so it, it always doubles the previous number, so it shouldn't take too long. Alright. Now they're uneven because of the good thing is, because we prioritize this one, so this ones get through no matter what, and then they go to here, and when if there's an excess, we chuck it out. And the plastic, has a little bit extra there. God damn. Welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hey there, Wasp. Ooh, play some more probably stolen. I thought we also like playing demos before that. Hope you're doing good. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Hello everyone, and welcome in, Raiders. I was desperately trying to get this thing to kind of start running so I could have a little toilet break. But I guess that could wait. Wolf's been on in. Did some demos. Hey, nice. I made an infinite plastic and rubber machine. Only limited by how much fuel you put in there. But yeah. We're apparently producing around 570 excess rubber and 480 excess plastic, which would make sense, because the other half is being put in the machines. And welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good time. Of course you did. You're coming in with Wolf. Hey there, Blaine86. Welcome to be glad to have you. Wolf's been on in. For those who don't know me, hi. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. So, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to the wonderful world of factory games and automation games and, think games where I can build cool stuff. And here you can see, for those who know, this is Satisfactory, factory game, automation game, and has a lot of elements that allow you to really enjoy fantastical and sometimes occasionally silly architecture. Like here, I've enjoyed my refineries, which often I end up building really close to each other for a nice, small, dense, compact footprint. But I realized that that's a little dumb, a little boring. So I made a blueprint version where they have these just excessive amounts of walkways, a real knotwork. But of course, seeing as we have a hover pack, we don't really use these. And I do believe I'm the only human on this planet. But I can add street lights and everything. And for those who do know a little bit more about the game, what I've just done is we're pumping in. I needed more plastic and rubber. We're making plastic and rubber over there. The excess was just turning into fuel. We're burning the fuel away in the power generators. And I made a little factory. The idea was to make a large amount of polymer resin with a little heavy oil residue on the side, using the alternate recipe. But then I realized that I had access to a couple of other alternate recipes where you recycle. Gosh darn. There we go. You see, we're making diluted fuel by all the heavy oil residue we have. Add some water, we're doubling that into straight up fuel. And what are we doing with that fuel? Well, if you combine fuel and plastic, you get twice the amount in rubber. If you combine rubber and fuel, you get twice the amount in plastic. So we made a loop. Well, rubber turns to plastic, plastic turns to rubber. And we're making a whole bunch of fuel. So the building needs some decorating, some proper walls, roofs. We got lighting and walkways inside. We're pumping up the heavy oil residue and water all the way up here, and then the fuel that we make is being built. It goes down by the gravity elevator. Here we make our fuel, and this way, and the sort of starting rubber was made from the polymer resin here, and it's already producing this much excess, but this is everything that the machines are not eating to double the, so yeah, that much excess, and from a grand total of 380, or what is 360? 360 units of crude oil. Hello there, ladies and hey there, Hebehuni, what's been on in? I'm glad to see you. So how is that? How are you all finding did you find any cool demos today? Some neat ones, a few logic puzzle ones. I'm a sucker for a good logic puzzle. I do like those. Now, you'll notice we're making more rubber per minute than plastic. That's easily explainable. That's because these guys are also making rubber. Other than that, they should be making a 50-50, which they are. And we're just currently throwing it all in the sink because I need 1,000 coupons and we're halfway there, and the difficulty keeps on ramping. Of course, we need to go hunting down some local wildlife at some point, and then of course start sinking a large amount of the actual final project parts. But yeah, this was proof of concept. I kind of figured out yesterday, wait a minute, can I do this? And then I had to try, and we got it to work. My god. Infinite power. Oh, well, actually, what it is, of course, homeopathic plastic and rubber. How is it homeopathic, you might ask? Well, let me tell you. Because as you can see, we use recycled plastic and recycled rubber. So we start out with a little bit of rubber, and we dilute that down with fuel to end up with a large amount of plastic. And we'll take that plastic, and we dilute that plastic down with fuel to have a whole lot of rubber. And then we dilute that rubber down with some fuel, and we have even more plastic. And we keep on diluting the plastics into the plastic into rubber, then the rubber into plastic, and we dilute that stuff further and further and further until there's not even a single, atom left of the original plastic, the original piece of rubber we started with. So, but it has the memory of rubber and the memory of plastic. Now, homeopathic miracle that allows us to make insane amounts of oil products for a very small amount of raw materials. Homeopathic construction materials. The holistic, alternative ingredients. Nice. Alright, those are gone. Coffee's gone. Alright, so now we need to make the building look nice. What do I need? These. The answer is I kinda don't, and we can leave this one open because it looks has that potential of looking kinda neat. So I shall lean into that. Meowdy, partner. Tips cat. And some of y'all might be wondering how exactly does one make these like proximity-based lighting systems that I seem to have, and it's called rendering distance. My machine is not the newest, not the most powerful, but it gets the job done. That's 1, 2, and that's 1 and 2. Okay, that was a little pointless, perhaps, because we're going to most likely have to remove all of this. But we'll get there. And... whoop. And then we'll see about how we turn a nice little giant brick into something slightly less bricky. Well, the step 1 is add some walls, and step 2 is add some sweet, delicious columns. Now, this thing is still a levitating piece of concrete, and we'll deal with it soon. Right now, we need to look at our architectural options, and in here we find, I think we're going to go with big concrete for this one. There you go, now that corner looks slightly better, and of course there's that silly heckin' frickin' There we go. Get rid of that, and we'll see about extending this pillar all the way up. Further up, at least. Yep, that's working out. Can't do the same one on this side, but that's okay. Big Concretius Pilarius. Concretius Pilarius. Tips onto that a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine as long as you don't look too close. These windows. All of this looks a little flat, so I'm gonna see about adding then a small metal pillar. I like it. Same thing here. Now this is also one of these things why it takes me so long to make any progress in the game is because I get lost in the sauce of architecture, of design. Far from the best. But I'd argue not the worst either. There we go. See, now we don't have those lone hanging walls. Now, of course, yeah, the colored pipes and all does make it look a little silly, perhaps. Wait, why are your fuel... Oh, sorry, why is the fuel marked very low there? That's because all the fuel has, it flows down. Alright. Because it is an eternally looping one. So what I'm grabbing here, actually, see that, like I said, is all the surplus. Everything that doesn't fit into the machine is then sent out. Now you are still full of a whole bunch of heavy oil residue. You're still making a theoretical 1,000 a minute. And you are a little low on water. Now you should be pumping up. Yeah, no, that's fine. So maybe if we add a fluid buffer. Heckin' wrong button again. Because the fluid buffers allow for some... Well, because I think the throughput is being a little tricky here. You see, if I built one of these here, then this one should be able to get all the water that's being pumped up from down there. which should be a grand total of 600, which is the everything that the maximum of one of these belt pipes. So let's try. Now it's weird because this side seems to be doing absolutely okay, and you're not. You're upsetty because there's too much water in you. Okay, is it probably that's why, because these are making all the water. And then they're like turning off and on again, and that's how we're in fact not maintaining a nice constant flow. That at least is my theory here. Which would imply that maybe the buffer should in fact be down here. Head lift is exceeding a recommended level. Fine. But you're doing okay. Its grain rate shouldn't be too high. Flow rate is more than 500. So there remains a net increase. Okay, so now even this thing is increasing. Okay, so that fixed it. Oh well. That's good. I think we're gonna have to leave a lot of the stuff here to be more sort of open. Now all of this is sort of here. Means Dan stream thick. Nice, thank you. Hello, one chat. I hope you're all having a very satisfactory start of your week. That is exactly what we're having there, opposable thumbs. And I hope you're having a most satisfactory start to your week and your lovely Monday as well. Take it easy, my friend. Alright, so we chop those off. We leave these as a silly little thing to stick out, and we'll figure them out at some point. The corner here is okay. Now, what will the front sort of wall here look like? I think we're gonna have to... try to figure out some shenanigans here. Part of it will be that. Time to decorate. Like a cake, you know. It didn't look quite like what you wanted it to. We can always just add more frosting. I choose to oppose your thumbs. 1, 2, 3, 4. They declared a thumb war. Hello there, Black Mind. Hope you're enjoying your lurking and escaping. And many thumb lives were lost that day. It was a joint effort. Well, the factory is growing pretty well. We're doing good. The computer factory needed more plastic, so I went a little overboard. First I was going to be making all this resin into plastic, but then I realized I have recipes for recycling. So now I'm making a small amount of rubber, a large amount of fuel, and using that fuel to turn that small amount of rubber into twice that amount of plastic, and then to using that output to turn that double that amount of plastic into rubber into plastic, and so on. So we got a nice and neat little infinite loop, and currently all the excess output, which is not being fed into the infinite loop of more plastic, is all being thrown in the machine. So it's getting there. So it is coming together. Now we just need to add some decorations here to figure out how do I make this work. I think I might have to stop these pillars here. What if I give up on that one and we look at our wall options and we look at some of these tilted walls? Well, that's definitely one way of doing it. Not completely sold. But, oh, wait a minute. Okay, come on, where is it? The frame floor, there we go. Alright, fine. Because if we use these, you see, the structure still makes sense, and they'll match into these bits and pieces just fine. Even that'll work. This little funny corner will, well, it gets to remain. And this one now has all the water it needs, so we're making all the fuel we ever need. I realized I can have a wall that goes along here. More than anything, because the top half here, I'm feeling, won't need that much. It can be a little bit more exposed to the elements. Is my vibe here, so we can do that with these sweet little framey McFrame walls. Times 2. And I'm kind of okay with this one. Yeah. Now if we look at our concrete wall version of these, not really what I'm hoping for, but how about a steel wall version? I'm okay with this. Then we look at our other wall options here, and we find the 8-meter ramp wall, and I think that one would then continue with the darkish blue theme here. I'm considering just doing that. Oh! Thank you very much for that Prime sub. That is very lovely and delightful. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Thanks to the lovely and ongoing support of you and lovely people like you that I get to keep on doing this. So thank you very much. I really, really do appreciate it. Do my best to be entertaining. I often get lost in the sauce, so get a little locked in. Sorry about that, but it's gonna happen again. And that's what they say. Everyone gets only get that one Prime sub. He gave it to me. I thank you. Very gracious. Yeah, I like that. I like that because then it sort of leans into the whole extra industrial top half, and this would then be where the sort of building walls kind of end, and also because the concrete pillar looked a bit odd when it ended there. But if we do it this way, it makes a bit more sense to me. Games like these, it's easy to get lost in the sauce. It's very true. 100%. What if we can put a small concrete pillar here as a sort of, you know, how would that look? And if we take 1/2 step to the left, send these, fit together. Yeah, the inside is fine. And, oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's one of those things that I usually get stuck on with some of my designs. Is like, you know, corners with walls and ceilings and things. Some of these bits, they don't always like just fit together that well. You have these weird little gaps. Beats getting sauced in the Lost. Fair enough, can't really argue with that. I was young once. I've done my fair share of getting sauced and lost. In oh so many ways. Huh. If we do that, we can't go all the way anyway because we can't interact into the elevator. So I think we're gonna leave that one alone on the front unless we get it to somehow. Alright, try it here again. I think we can maybe get this to work. Yeah, so clip into there where it won't really matter. And then we find inside architecture, I think we can use just a painted beam for this. Now, the frame walls are fun, but they're also kind of weird because an actual wall goes goes along the seam of two foundations, whereas a frame wall goes on the inside or outside, you see, on either side of the seam. So you can build them against normal walls, which is very cool. And something we could consider for this. Could you please do all the right? No, of course you won't. So you'll do it there. Right? We'll hold down. How would that look? I don't feel like it really gives much. It looks neat, but maybe not for this project here. Well, these are one of these corners I'm not always the most fond of. Maybe we can do that and do half step down, half step in. Well, nope, that won't work. I guess we could do that, and it'll kind of fit with those. Yep, I'm okay with that. Yeah, then sometimes your frame walls just end up being built in weird places. There we go. Pawn cider. Hardly know her. Nice. My ability to get sauce has greatly diminished with the decades. My ability to get lost has not. It is a cruel world. That is a very good point. Yeah, see, it's always easy to get lost. But getting sauce is getting increasingly more difficult. The older one gets. Oh! Rainbow across the sky! And see, this tells us, the rainbow tells us all the real treasure is in fruit computers all along. Which is what we're making all this plastic for. The fruit in question is currently an avocado. You know, we're getting there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm Spoop or Sober Good Girl. It'd be very easy to get sauced. Oh no. Well, I'm a fat old alcoholic. Not really, not anymore. But I did have my wild times. There we go. See, then there was the inverted. That one works better. Might even work better here as well. You know, that looks fun. A-okay. I like how they meet. And then we look at the architecture. We find our good old 4-meter roofing pieces. And we see if we can get them to, you know, go where we want them to somehow. Now, of course, it's going to be a glass roof with a more solid top. Okay, one of those. And one of those. One of these. 1, 2, and there we go. Now these are external frame walls. I'm pretty sure these were all sort of internal facing ones. Alright. Fix that. I think we need the frame floors on this side as well. And those were flat, yeah. Excellent. There we go. They don't always want to play nice. Just gotta learn how to force them. Yeah, that won't work. There we go. Good old mildly awkward was the way to go. And then the concrete pillar would go here and would take 1/2 step back, 1 full step up, and voila. And we zoopily poop it that way. And what else? Yeah, then the metal beam. There. And there. And then from here, the power of the diagonal, there. Yep. There we go. And I do believe have them on the inner side. So, here it remains. A bit more open on the sides. Continuation with the windows on the front. And then we'll go with good old natural lighting. Annoying when they do that sometimes. Suddenly they're like, oh, you going this way? Fine. Like, what? No, no one wanted that. Oh, you bastard. How could you? Find the colors, find the plastic factory color of choice. I'm okay with this. Unfortunate. But if I'm barn, yes sir, well thank you. It is my it had that barn inspiration, it is true. Barning along. Like sweet Barnacus himself. Alright, so there's gonna have to be some overlap if we want that to happen. Well, that's okay in the end. You stick out to like just the tip. But you stick out a bit more. There we go. That's better. Good old Barnacus. That'll get that stuff working. And on the materials, we'll look at the good old metal roofing here, maybe. Yeah, it's fine. And then, like any good old barn, needs that tar roof. Yeah. But how far does it go? Let's find out. Now we could have walls here. But then we have those guys, so I'd rather not in the end. There we go. There we go. And come on. And a metal beam, I think. Good work here, yeah? Go down with a half. There we go. Then I guess we just need to figure out how do we deal with this side. And then under colors we find, of course, yes, the smudge number 17. So we get the correct glue right up there in that corner. Isn't that lovely? There we go. And change you out. Okay, yeah. Right. It's not going to be one of those, but a typical centered wall. There we go. And just normal walls, I guess. Correct colors, and there we go. Hmm. Wait. Wait. Alright. What we do then? Do the... that one. Also do that one. Alright. Mostly done. Just need these good old metal beams. Keep on pushing the wrong hicking button. Well, shit. Alright, that would be good. Hmm. There we go. Sometimes you have to get a little creative with those freeform beings. Well, there's only one way to fix that, and that is don't look at it. That's right, chat. We're reaching that point. Can't be arsed. Something like this. And the frame wall gets zooped across there. And then if we look at our architecture, we find our good old and trusted railings. Wrong railings, so I think this one needs the industrial ones. That can't be possible. Oh, yes it can. My bad. There we go. That's a little funny. Oh yeah, no. And one back. And... odd. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Next, I don't think we need to really go further in than these. Kind of means giving up on that light, but that's okay. See, we'll break symmetry and all that, but he'll be fine. Okay, so we then do the big concrete pillar. Multiple. I guess we'll just have to live with that now. Tragic. Can't be helped. There we go. So that is one corner kind of done. We'll have a second identical one here. And hopefully that'll work a little better. Excellent. Good old, don't look too close and it's all fine. What you can't see shouldn't be able to hurt you. And... right. Guess we'll have to then continue the wall this way to find out what the friggity frack we're doing with this one. Be standing on these big old giant legs and be content, I guess. And we did have a... oh, wrong way though. So then we'd put a wall piece here. I think, yeah, an inverted ramp of 8 meters. Yeah. And make sure it is the correct color. And a part of me is also tempted in like doing, like how would this look? This might be silly, but it might be awesome. See, would fit in between those. It's exactly the 4 meters, and it works with that. And I'd say a strong maybe. Strong maybe. Just want to see what the big metal version. Ah. Well, that won't work. We tried. We cried. And we never knew, and we never did it again. Now, I like this one because it, you know, gives that extra three-dimensionality. I'll be clipping into there, but we're just gonna have to live with it. A metal! It is very true. It was quite metal indeed. I'm gonna see about being just consistent and just using these hex frame windows everywhere, because the hex frame windows have one of the benefits that they can overlap with other wall pieces. And not all windows can do that. So these will allow you to do what I did there with the windows and angled wall pieces. Ramps and whatnots. Now the big giant window walls is actually something I'm pretty okay with, because, you know, there's the insides are so well illuminated. Why wouldn't we want to see what's going on? Hey there, awkward Antonia. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. Another 65 stream streak. Oh dang. Glad you like it, dear friend. Always lovely seeing all these like names that I'm starting to recognize. I feel all warm and fuzzy inside. People care about what I do. Yeah, because just the wall becomes a little flat, and it's difficult to give that the... Wait, let's try now the architectural thingy. So what if we then add a frame wall? On top of our wall. Like, how would that look? Not bad, to be honest. I don't think we're gonna use that one here. We're gonna do the same thing we did. On the other side, coming down there. It's H, half step in, and then you zoop it like it means. Yeah, pretty okay with that. Kind of thinking about maybe the frame things on the sides, but nah, but it wouldn't really give it much. But what we will do is the good old inverted ramp. Such a nice, simple, easy way to make things slightly less square. Not to being like, I mean, like going full squares. Like, would it actually give us anything? Compared to just honest squareness. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with it. No, not you. 8-meter ramp wall. We go here. We go point. Whap. Grab you. Whap. 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 Zelda. Doggo is having a birthday game. Nah, I think it looked better with the just wall. Yeah. I'm quite happy with that. And the way that thing like sticks out from there also just, you know, I don't like it. Gives it, breaks that uniformity a bit. Show Doggo, please. I can try. She might bite me. Oh yeah. No. She's barking because she's afraid. I think there might be like stormy weather. And she, cause, no, I'd have to dig her out of her nest, and she's now in her safe space, and I can't mess with that. Sorry, Black Mine. And there should be pictures of her though in the Discord, if nothing else. Now Zelda is not a lapdog. She does not. She does not want to be in my lap, at least. Gimli will be allow himself to be picked up every now and then. Also because he likes just being getting a lift. He's used to a certain lifestyle now. Because you have to keep on like lifting him around, but because he's, you know, old. And we're worried he'll make crazy jumps, bad choices, get himself hurt. I was getting used to it, so now it's just like, come on, where's my lift? You're not expecting me to use my own legs to get up, do you? What a foolish notion. Nah. I was looking a little silly. There, now this is a sort of consistent square only cool shapes, and one of these on the other side. Then we do a half step. Switch over to our Zupen. I really should hunt 1,000 pictures and have those like on-demand pictures of doggos. Zelda is a very worried dog. Gets scared easily, and then she goes fully into "I'm scared, don't touch me" mode. And Gimli is just old, and I don't want to bother him when he is finally. Because sometimes he has, joint pain and all that, and he has some difficulty finding a position where he can actually finally relax. So that's also why I don't really like always bothering him when he's finally found a good spot. And getting a chance to have a nice relaxing sleep. So not the most social animals that we got here, but they are loved. They're doing their best, and they love us in return. And that's all we can really ask for in a dog in the end. Or any pet, really. Now, frankly, any family member. At least they're just doing their best. Anxious pupper, can relate. Arf. Yeah. Got our rescue dogs. They come with baggage. You do. Oh, only I could be a rescue dog. All my worries become someone else's problem. And it's up to them to try to keep me safe, keep me happy, keep me fed. I guess from the missus' point of view, I'm a rescue dog. There we go. One there. I was talking about earlier how one of the things I've personally found as a benefit from starting the stream is like the way I play and the way I started to really make sure I then, finish my little art projects. So I've had these like ideas, of course, even when I'm playing by myself. Playing single player. We all have ideas when we play with ourselves, don't we? But I like the fact that this gives me that extra push, that extra sort of like shame of like, oh no, don't leave your work halfway. Finish the project. Because part of me has been thinking about, man, I could like just bugger off there and start working on that freaking the computer farm, the one that needed all this plastic. But then another part in the back of the head is saying like, no, you can't, not yet. You gotta finish your decorating first. We can't do symmetrical because this thing's already clipping into that and I don't want it to get worse. So we're just gonna instead... Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we just do that. One. That'll be 2. This will be 3. And this will be... Gosh darn it, 4. I feel like I'm at the same time making like crazy fast progress, but also this project is taking forever. I guess the first half with the actual machinery went pretty fast, thanks to the magic of blueprints. But then, you know, hooking it all up, adding decorations, all this good stuff, that's taking a little while longer. And that's also because the whole my creative process will very easily just involve a lot of trial and error. Try to just, you know, just put some stuff down, see does it work, yes or no. Now, if I were to talk to my mother about this, she'd probably laugh at me because she does very much improvises most everything, and I always like get on her case, like, geez, mom, just make a plan, do something, drawings, whatever. And then in like the game world, I'm like, yeah, la 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 la, just being exactly the same, improvising all the way. You know what? Sure, why not? Give me a quick sec. Hello, there's a dog. Zoom in on him. Gimli comes for a little visit. He's a little confused upon me. Who did this? Where is my soup? Little old man, one-eyed Gimli. Half blind, half deaf. But he's doing his best. We love him. Oh, and now he wants to go. There we go. Exactly, Agent Joseph Morgan. Now what this date he reached. Phil Platt says, no math in decorating, he's counting all the hours. That is true. Well, that is sometimes true. I also do a lot of math in my decorating when it's time to like then calculate angles and whatnots, but that's me getting anal about stuff. That might not need to be quite that exact. Now trying to request the wisdom from your dog. Ah. Well, I hope he has sent you his wisdom. using his magical powers of dogopathy. He's an old boy, so I'm pretty sure he has wisdom. See that? It's a precious meme. I mean, there's the wisdom of the dog that's on the little plane. Then there's a lot of wisdom of the dog memes. I think the oldest one, I think for me, is the like computer animated one with the dog on the little like aeroplane. That's the one, yeah. Yeah, and there's like so many variations thereof. Let's see if we can make this one work. Get rid of those. Can we find a roof tile? We did. Like, heckin' A. I'm pretty happy with this one. The giant windows are a little unimaginative, but at the same time, there's so much more happening inside. So I'm in that way, very okay with having it all just be, you know, something you can look at from the outside. Ooh, glad it. And now this wall's gonna be a tough one. Potentially. Find out about its toughness once we get there. Either that, or we pull a beam across. I think we're gonna do a beam across. Actually, I think that'll be a better call. Yep. That's quite alright. Now, then, the walls themselves. I realized that I was being silly. There's no need to make it any more difficult than it needs to be. All these walls based on nothing.
Hello there.
Hello there, Master PB 420. Are we doing well? Cracked my eyes open for the day. Well, I hope it's not too horrifying. We never know with these days, whether opening your eyes is a good idea or not. Some horrors were just, never meant to be known. Do you need the eye lube? Exactly. You never know when you need your oculube. I wake every day with one of the best lines in video gaming. When Carl said, "Oh shit, here we go again." I will have to admit, that is a pretty good alarm sound. Oh shit, here we go again. Good old legend for a reason. And under colors, we find good old number 17. There. A little balcony. Also for like hoverpack access. We should probably connect these walkways. At least the ones that can be connected. Alright. So that would work. Ah, yes. Powerful production. Everything working as it should. The barnyard of plastics. The plastic fantastic barnyardastic. Nice and tall like. Lovely. Mondays be like, yeah, fair too as well. Diagonal shape on the bottom left and right. Yeah. We'll look into it if we want to. Ah, there we go. So we have the diagonals here on this side, because this is where we have more of the diagonals, and this end we have more like lacking. We have the sharp corners below, sharp all the way up. This one then has the wall, so it's kind of like digging the whole no diagonals, but I guess we could try with the 4-meter ones. Okay, that kind of works. Oh. You know what? We're gonna live with the fact that we made a chode. Okay then. Chubby chode. Turbo motors, any tips? Same as with any real production, especially if you're making a specialized factory for like turbo motors. My tip would be you can gamble for some alternative recipes. Other than that, work backwards. Find the recipe you have, what you can do with what you got, and then think like, okay, if I can make this many of these, what all do I need? And that's how I came up with the numbers, 1,620 quick wire and so on. So I had to build the entire quick wire factory just to make quick wire right next to the computer systems here. Now we needed only a few hundred more plastic and rubber, so this thing is making quite a lot. And yet ultimately not that crazy amounts. But it is a very big building. And if we just throw shards and everything, we could easily, because right now we're consuming, 30 times 12. So that was 360. We have 600, 750. I think we have like, that's 450. We have in theory we would have like up to 1,050 raw oil here, which we could shove into this thing. So if we threw shards and everything, we to make even more plastic and stuff. Okay, now that I look at it from slightly further away, I'm pretty okay with this. I'm very okay with what I've made. Now it doesn't have that many. Okay, and externally I can fly in from the holes here, and we can also then fly in through here, and then it has the elevator, of course, which hasn't been set. Oh no. It's a little dark up here, but we're gonna have to live with it. So now we need to get... I mean, those are actually sinking a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that could be consuming plastic that are not consuming plastic right now. Time for the elevator. More lights. Building's good, thank you. What is the meaning of chode? No description needed. Now, yes. Not safe for internet to describe it. Wait, I guess the short term would be wider than... It's wider than it's long. More width than length. But maybe we do have to add lights here after all. But the question is, do we have the lights on the ceiling? I mean, we have the space for it. So let's see about ceiling lights. We'll change this to the absolute of the fix-it. And organizationals. Or... yeah, this could be fun. I honestly thought it would illuminate more. Which means we go to organization and the ceiling lights after all, and we do here. Now, how would... can I put one here? Kind of, but not in a way that makes too much sense, but at the same time... get that, like, flying buttress vibe to it. Alright, so what if we then... Like this one as a sort of theoretical... That would still illuminate. So as long as the light is inside, things other parts can stick out. Now I'm like tempted to do this kind of similar system where then, you know, we have your 4 meter goes up and then you have a straight wall up and then you'd have one of these, yeah, sticking out somewhere through the middle, then in through the wall. So you'd have that sort of flying buttress vibe like you have in like churches where you have the support structure like outside the walls rather than inside the walls. Unpaid interns can sleep. Not need not be lit up. That's very true. Wait, I am the unpaid intern. Ah. And I do believe I do not sleep. I've heard of sleep. And myths and legends. But Ada always makes sure that we don't find out too much. Arbitrarily chose every second one. Oh, sticking out a bit. Alright. Definitely looks neat. And what if we then instead... had you there... Oh, here we get that flying buttress vibe, yeah. Yeah, do you want to go that much outside of this? Going through the beam is kind of neat. Okay, these illuminate pretty well here. Better than these, actually. This one's kind of fun. More so even than this one. That one's neat. And these things sticking out like that is also kind of neat. Oh, rather than having the daisy chain, it would be probably better to do what we did there and have it sort of have the wire clip through to the beam. Well, they do illuminate pretty well. So we'll do the same thing on this side. Nice. There we go. And then one more over here. God dang it, but there you go. There we go. Now it's all very well illuminated. Those street lights are actually surprisingly heckin' powerful, aren't they? And then if we look here, and then we have these things sticking out, but we don't have the cables between them. Which I think is pretty... might be a better look. Now all the insides are extremely well illuminated. Yeah, the only bits that are not illuminated are, no, things that are not getting rendered in just yet, and we could maybe have another set of these street lights even higher up, but we won't. We ain't got time for that. That'll be for the next factory. Hey, your name? Yeah, sorry, no. I don't think at least I was mentioning you in any way. I think it was a simply a similar word. But okay, so now we have more rubber and more plastic. And we guess we could... Now, there's enough space here. Let's just push the road a little further. Hello, I've seen out of sleep. Hey, it happens. I hope you get some better. I hope you get some sleep then. If you're that tired, my friend. You know, I could put a truck stop here, and then they could, you know, because the truck's here to pick up plastics and rubbers. But when you know, plastics and rubbers for when it's time to party. The radar tower is gonna have to move. Now for now, it's gonna stay there for a wee bit. Oh, right, and this... Now we need to figure out how do I make this make sense. Oh shit! I thought it was done with this place. I guess we could... Can do that. It's a cheap solution, but it'll, you know, it'll get the job done. Right now, I'm done with this place. I want to go back to the computer stuff. We can come back to decorate at another point in time. But I do not have the wherewithal right now. No, for these ones, though, I do have something I can do, and that's with the foundations and the up, down... well, inverted macrampies. Take some naps instead of sleeping. The fourth one. Nice. Also, the dog, you're worried about something. Left her too. But also, I'm jealous. I wish I had that. I wish I had your nap game. I used to be able to nap pretty powerfully when I was young. A younger lad. But then one day, the body just said, no. We don't sleep anymore. How would that look? Like gibberish, that's what. My body seems to think 5 to 6 hours of sleep a night is enough. Yeah, I have similar issues, and I used to be able to, like I said, nap quite a lot, nap quite effectively. But now the body's all like, no, you sure you need that much sleep? Alright, now... get rid of these. We'll figure out something neat enough for these. And in the meantime... there we go. All nice and awkward like. Alright, so we do the frame floor. All right. And the frame floor. There. And under logistics, we find the super smart. No, a smart splitter, not the conveyor. Conveyor. Barely know her, splitter. See, you then come here. And then what we want goes there. So we move you 1, 2, 3, 4 there. And there we go. Have you ever felt tired, like there was a sleep that needed to be slept, but each time you sleep, it's just another sleep that is slept? So wake up tired because you haven't slept the sleep that needed to be slept. Yes, Paul, yeah, I have. Not 2 days ago. It's the wonders of, you know, you keep on struggling, you keep on kind of making it, you know, things can be a little tiring, but you know, you keep on trying to make you getting into kind of work. And then you finally get a chance to sleep some more, pay off some of that sleep debt, and then it turns out now you just get even more messed up, kind of, by trying to pay off that sleep debt. It can be very annoying. Very annoying indeed. When you think you can finally get to pay off the sleep debts, and then the body's all like, oh, okay, finally, now we can sleep. So now we can like just pour out all the tired into you, so you just wake up actually more tired rather than more rested. And it makes sense, of course. The body's finally like, oh, finally we can sleep properly. We don't have to be in like freaking fight or flight mode all the time. But it turns out you're wrong. You do. It's never truly done. There we go. Now we're back to sinking the excess. Other than that, we got plastic and rubber coming in. It's all a little awkward, but it's kinda working. Sometimes kinda working is the best you're gonna get. There you go. So I like the frame floors for this kind of stuff. Like nice support scaffolding vibes. This is a little bit of hashtag definitely not spaghetti. It's actually might be very much spaghetti. Hello from get ready for it outside. My God, left the house. Great Scott! My God! Well done, Buffalopicus. Congratulations. Hope you get have a chance to touch some grass while you're at it. I have a lot of energy issues. I just try my best to take care of myself and get all my nutrition and rest lots. Then I can get out a little bit, and then lots more rest and careful eating till next time. Sounds like you got it. You got it in the bag. Well done. And you know you can make infinitely tall lifts by connecting between 2 floor holes. Yes, I do, Polky. I have used them in the past. But right now, I am very much in the mental state of running out of fucks. So I'm just like looking at it, thinking like, you know what? We can make it. You see, the connection systems here are quite acceptable. The lift is a mess, but I can work with it. We can fix it in post. Right now, what I need is just to start pulling out the belt. You would consider someone might be allergic to grass. Well, there's plenty of other things to touch out there. Touch some sass, touch some grass, touch something else. Many fun things to touch. Not me. There you have it. There's one option there. Touch the federal agent. Cash, grass, gas, or plenty of other things to touch. Don't touch my country's boat, please. Does your country only have the one boat? Everyone's really proud of it, but no one can actually sail. But it's just there, and people are just looking at it and being all proud, like real weird about it. I mean, I guess understandable if you only have the one. You're afraid of, what if someone steals it? Glamour. Touch me. That's really annoying because I know there's a song with the lyrics "Touch me," a refrain, but I can't for the life of me remember how the rest of the song goes. Quick, but get back inside before the scary outside hurts you. I don't know if I can. When I get back from my physical therapy, the painters will have taped up the block. Some of that tape is pretty strong. Might never be able to get home again. Oh no! Well, that's a terrifying notion, though, isn't it? I got painted out of a home. Damn you, tradesmen! Cry damn you all to hell. Not our sweet Buffalopogus. That's my US Navy is very sensitive about their boats. Well, and the US Navy could also then, consider a little bit about where they keep on sending them. Don't want your boat to get touched. Don't send it in. Don't put it in someone else's waters. Just saying. Like a surgeon, cutting like a surgeon. Cutting for the very first time, like a sturgeon. Sounds fishy, but it's next to mine. But I guess, funny song, but also a simple fact. Every surgeon has to do that first cut somewhere. You can always just hope it ain't you. At least not for anything too important. Still can't believe that Michael Jackson guy was brave enough to rip off a superstar like Weird Al. Very true. Weird Al's a legend. If it's getting cold, reheat it. Just eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Come on, gotta fill that belt in a road and road in a belt and belt and belt and belt in a road. There we go. Sweet, sweet fruit computers time. Alright, so now we have all the plastic and rubber we could ever need. At least for this project. And let's see here. All that math. Now with the high-speed connectors. Right, making crazy amount of those. I was mortgaging my house for gasoline on the way here, and one of those cars pulled up next to me, windows tinted completely black, radio blasting some kind of what sounded like girl band pop, just blasting. Door opened, out came a prim and proper 30-something business guy in his fancy suit and talking his business fanciness in his fancy earbud phone. I almost laughed with my outside voice. Yeah, there's one of those in my neighborhood as well. Well, they're obviously like someone like bought a house, nice house, and they drive their car there and just freaking blasting like really annoying music, and I'm thinking that's yeah. That's a young fellow with who's got some easy access to a lot of money. Business guys can live demon hunters. Like demon hunters, but I still wasn't expecting it. That's very true. That's very true. Alright, so the plan was to make some supercomputers. Now we could change our entire plan, throw everything what we're doing right out the window, and start making some Orange County version supercomputers. But let's instead follow the map, the plan. So we needed the high-speed connector. We need 27. We're making 36. We need 18 AI limiters. We got the plastics. We're not making any computers. So AI limiters and computers are still undone. So for the AI limiters, I do believe we wanted plastic. Yeah. Because we got insane amounts of quick wire. I calculated that we needed a grand total of 18 AI limiters, but we might as well make more. So 2 machines would make 16, 3 machines would make 24. What else could we want them for? This is the crystal. Yeah, of course, the crystal oscillators. Imagine having money. I know, right? It's insane. It's not gonna happen. Not in my lifetime. No, Finland is leading the charts in unemployment. No one's quite as unemployed as Finland right now. And the government keeps on lying. It's amazing. Or if they're not outright lying, then they're just really misunderstanding, like grossly misusing statistics. It's amazing. But also like, okay, here's a good example of how do you like creatively interpret statistics. When in the news, they're like, Speaker Horn News, they claim that, oh yes, the economy is doing so well. Wages have increased by like 19%. Like, no, they haven't. Then look into it, then okay, the wages on average have increased by 19%. And still like, well, no one I know has had that wage increases that massive. And then you realize that's because unemployment is so high that all the low income people are just not earning any wages. So statistically, the medium is The average wage is increasing because the low income group is just gone. and you know, the high income people keep on like raising their own wages while firing everyone and putting businesses out of business. And it's like, oh, if you just remove the small numbers from the graph, then the average will go up. Yes, this is true. That doesn't mean that wages have actually gone up. An ever increasingly large amount of people are increasingly desperate. You gotta love it. I thought I had some ones. What is it, Hasbro, on the back of the $1 billion bill? Ah. But that sounds like you had almost something equally as well. But good with Hasbro. So isn't that? Wait, what does Hasbro make? Doesn't Hasbro make candy? Oh no, bring a kissing booth, moochies for all the boys. Oh, I'll bring Gimli. He's earned some smoochies. I'd come visit, but alas, I do believe the missus would object. So Hasbro does the monopoly. That's yes, exactly. Thank you. I was thinking, yeah, I there's a similar named candy company, I think, in Denmark, but I can't remember exactly. It took me a while. Yeah. Yes, Monopoly money joke. And we did unlock the EM control recipe as well. Haribo, thank you. Exactly, Polky, yes. Haribo. Hasbro and Haribo. So, you know, you notice how they can be slightly similar. Okay. Now, if we do the math here, I wanted to make 9 supercomputers. We need 18 AI limiters for that alone, and then we need 36 computers. Now, 36 computers require 54 circuit boards. We're making 300, and we're using like 30, so we're good. And 18 crystal oscillators. Which means we can... Gosh darn you bastard. Come on, mouse, don't be like this. Okay, that's 1.8, and voila. With those numbers. So it's another 18 for those, then. Now, 18 plus 18 would be 32, no, 36. And... that's in... So 36. With what we got, we could easily make... So 36 AI limiters. Right, using quick wire and plastic. And 5 assemblers. So let's do 6 assemblers so we can have two sets of 3. Fantastic. But you can calculate the overclocking in the codecs. You did not know that. Yeah. You can see the overclock percentage here, and then the target rate. And that's why I like doing, like, for example, this. Instead of the 1.87 something, just give me 1.8. I need 18 anyway. Then it's just, you know, an easy times 10. So move the decimal for every number. So that means we need 36 AI limiters. And we can make 40 with 5. So we can make 48 AI limiters. And then maybe export some of them. And chuck the rest in the sink. It'll be grand. And Haribo, the gummy bear people? Wait, we have gummy bears? There are some of them. They're very gummy. They're very berry. Quite... Unbearable. Oh. There we go. Haribo makes gummy bears and other candies. Quite lovely. Most gummy sweets aren't vegan. That is very true. They're made the... What's it called now? Finish it leave, but anyway, big joints. Now 2 assemblers, so we need a setup with 3 assemblers. Do we have one of those in our pre-made in our blueprints? Probably not. We do! And with all these lovelies. Fantastic. And they only need quick wire and plastic. Well, the plastic is there, the quick wire is there. So we could have it, say, here. So they're going to bring the plastic down. And that way they're not all in a like straight row like that. But we build one sort of funnily like here. But I was supposed to have a break ages ago. And then got raided by wolves. So I still haven't gone to the toilet. Ah, good old air conditioner that does nothing. I'm gonna leave you all to enjoy this wonderful scene. I'll be right back, because I gotta go and have a little break, stretch my legs, refill some drinks, drain the bladder. I'll be right back. See you soon. There we go. I have returned, my friends. So. The air limiter is just like plastic and that stuff. One of the things we need also then is the quartz crystal, but I guess we'll just be bringing it by belt across here. So the air limiters are made here. Then the crystal oscillators could be made there. Yeah. Sounds good. Now, we did make a giant big machine. Let's have a quick look-see. And our max consumption has finally reached capacity. Oh, now the... Something messed up with the nuclear power again, I think. Oh well. If we need more power, then we'll have to do the redesign here and start making that rocket fuel. Maybe even ionized fuel. Might probably have to do it once we finish with the Fruit Computers facility. Good thing is that our actual consumption remains at around 50. And the maximum consumption, the potential maximum is just really high. Okay, and ultimately we do want them to be matching with each other, so I'm gonna zoop. A little this way. That was maybe a little dumb. So we can do it from here instead. The good thing is that with everything we have, this should be a relatively quick build because we have a pre-existing blueprint we can use. It should. We'll see. Especially because it shouldn't become too big or anything either. Now we do, yeah. I'm gonna set up for 3 assemblers. If we do it this way, we can have the larger gates. There we go. And your USB is for the plastic AI limiter. With the there we go. Walls. There we go. do either slightly further back. Now I think we're gonna use the same sort of setup that we had for those guys. And for the AI limiter, sure, why not just use the angle frame window? And we zoop, and we zoop, and then we... one of those in. So you got the blueprints, the... Is that one? And go with the coated concrete here as well, because why not? Gonna make it, might as well make it heckin' fancy. And then we also need to do that. There we go. Yeah, the angle windows don't look good on top of each other, though. Like that, it's fine. And then what if we then look at the, well, our wall options, and we look at the ramp walls. And some more hex frame. There we go. A little different, but nothing too crazy. See? Acting perfect. Clear one might be better here. Well, it might be, just is. I mean, just look at it. It looks way better. And here we go, we build on. Twitch's lobby app changes my video settings every time I change channels. Where did my data go, I wonder? Turns out Twitch has flipped the screen the size of my palm to HD because that's sensible. Yeah, you gotta love it when they do that. I've never known you encode at 30 FPS if I hadn't been fighting my app's data usage. I learned a thing. I can't even tell. I should be encoding though at 60 FPS though, to be honest. Good morning there, Pythos. Hope you're doing well. What are you, my friend? I mean, that's why I always do the limiting on my games, like on the maximum FPS, to go at 60, because, well, I mean, what's the point in like making extra frames if I can't share them? Yeah, it must have been decided, hey, your bandwidth can sustain 1080p, enjoy! I know, it's lovely when it does that, and then it's like, then you lose all the RAM, nothing works anymore, and like, why is it so sluggish suddenly? It's like, oh, it just automatically went like, you know what? I think you need full HD in this thing. I'm like, no, it's on 480 for a reason. Lord, Twitch only offers me 30, or 60 on the other channels. Oh. Well, that's peculiar. Pretty sure I have my settings on 60. Maybe it's cutting it down because of I'm in something else. No, I'm uploading it to 60 out of 60 FPS here. I'm seeing on OBS. But, you know, Twitch does Twitch things. It's not the first time. Silly little scamps, those Twitcherinos. Oh, that's dumb. When it comes to games that demand a high frame rate to be competitive, those are the games that is to whatever I find is fun. I do wish everyone was on an even footing when it comes to hardware. Oh, that is very true. I get 60 if I go up to HD, but all your lower resolutions are half rate. Not that it matters when the picture is the size of the postage stamp. That's very true. Well, I should be uploading at 60, but yeah. Could very well be that it's, not encoding everything at the wildest possible speeds. Not too surprising. Wonder if I should elevate. I don't have a high brain rate. I've been competitive since playing two up Tron in the corner arcade in 1983. Man, I could punk those grid bugs. Nice. Yeah, I don't do like crazy competitive gaming anyway. Just specifically because, well, I don't like losing, and I get easily distracted, and I like getting easily distracted. I like doing whatever I want. I think it's fun. So I'll leave the competitive games for those people who enjoy those competitive games, and I'll instead just lose myself in building silly, funny buildings. In factory games. Appointment time. Thanks for keeping me company on both ends of the night. Hey, no worries, Buffalopicus. Hope the appointment goes well. Take care of yourself. And don't worry, you won't be missing out much. I won't be on for too much longer. Gotta get that 8 hours together, and within the next amount of time, we should at least get this thing up and running. Because the inputs are coming from here. So we go here, we check out the logistics here, find the conveyor floor hole. No one is clipping through in a less than amazing fashion. Alright, so we're gonna scooty poop these ones. That way. There. And we want
Have a drink on me.
well, thank you, Akira Sugiyama. Appreciate it. I was feeling a little parched. There we go. So that would be the plastic. And I feel like we can get the quick wire there's smart splitter through here. Yeah, just the hole won't be enough. Huh. some reason that looked like it was changing heights. But obviously it's not. No. But all illusions strike again. No, completely straight. But somehow, illusion. Okay. Putting in mergers and splitters has always been a pain. Absolutely. Yeah, 'cause it's annoying because you have your like control button that should help. Oh, now it'll help. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. If only it was consistent. Sometimes it drives me batty. Yep, exactly. 100%. Like I said, comes out from here, goes down, goes in. There you go. Get the bugger filled with plastic. How we get the quick wire in a sort of neat way, and the answer is you don't, I guess. I'm actually pretty okay with that. So then, to deal with the floating parts, though, we're gonna have to put in some small frames. There we go. I clip into the concrete a bit, but I can live with that. Yeah. And same deal there. Fan-hecking-tastic. So I've got the plastics. Then we just need to hook up the quick wire, I guess. It's going up at an angle. You know, we're gonna have to live with it. We're gonna have to live with it. Just don't look at it, and it's all okay. If you can't see it, it can't hurt you. And power for this. comes via there. Yeah, we need some catwalk connections. We do one of these as a default, and T-junctions that we do with the, I guess, with Zubit. Do some connections there, and these guys are making, yeah, 6 times 8, so that would be 48 per. Okay, this thing is actually starting to kind of get to me. There. You can have the like Skippy there, so it's like obvious. Now that I have a long and awkward, like slow, not an incline, it's the other kind of climb. And here we could turn that into a door, but then it would lead nowhere. And yeah, so my catwalk kind of just ends there. And here I was thinking of turning this one here into a door. Incline or outcline. Yeah, incline is when you go down, right? So when you ascend, it's something else. I can't remember. Too many languages. Not enough brain. Now, of course, because this is also part of the good old fruit company manufacturing, so it all needs to have that avocado color, though. There we go. Outcline is not a word, I'm just being silly. I mean, joke's on you, American Heritage is working on an entry for it right now. I wonder what sort of factory you'd build at IRL. I'd like to think I'd make a nice one, but it's hard to say. Plastic, quick wire, air limiter machines, and the factories is kind of done. So now, kind of tempted to like just get rid of those. And have a flame fountain. Oh no, can't do that because of the clippage. If Avocado Company made a merch plushies, would it be called the Avocado? Could be. They just might. And if you love your avocado, you know, just enough, the company might even send you their highest honor, the cease and desist. Can't be having too much fun with it now. That's company property. The IP is registered. Yeah. I'm pretty okay with that, you know, apart from the nonsense. Now, let's see, how do we mildly un-nonsense these things? There you go. Catwalk connection. One side door. Old school power connection. But how is the power getting in? That's one of the big questions now, isn't it? So if we have this thing. Ah, right. We did do that now, didn't we? Keep on forgetting I can't connect the... I was using stairs if I do that. Oh well. No biggie really. We'll just have to figure out a way to stick in an elevator here. I know the fruit computer company doesn't like people using their IP, but until they tell me to knock it off, IP freely. Nice. I appreciate that. I think we're gonna have to worry about that. You know, more of the design here at a later point in time. But yeah, right now we're making a decent amount of AI limiters. And while we keep on messing about, we find the merger. There we go. There we go. And then all the output is going straight in the sink. It's supposed to be. English is always best when slightly abused. So puns are perfection. I will 100% agree there, yes. I like puns. I especially enjoy silly puns. So I've always enjoyed, the works of, Monty Python and so on, absurdism. It's just, delightful. It's absurdly fun. Alright, so how would I bring... I think we can actually bring in the power in here from what will become the front. So that'll connect to these slightly neater. And this is essentially the back side. So we would have a space for an elevator, say... there.
Son of 10. Bogo Son of 10 needs some TP.
You're 100% correct there. Yeah, potato. Lose the reference frame for their jokes and they get hilarious, abstract. The great part about Monty Python is that they really weren't terribly absurdist when they were on. All their stuff is poking fun at the current events and culture. I mean, that is very true, but the absurdism is even greater that way because a lot of them are, very fitting even now to modern times. And looking at the UK and certain things in an even more horribly tragic manner. Alright, all that is running. These are working. We'll be connecting the sort of front of this area to the next factory, and which might be then using stuff from here, even from here. So next time would be, and then we need the crystal quartz itself. So the actual computer bots bits will be done here. Yeah. The Ministry of Silly Walks will always be funny so long as bureaucracy exists. Which is forever. I think bureaucracy will outlive humanity. Mankind might die, but then we'll leave behind hyper intelligent AI whose only function is to make more bureaucracy happen. because bureaucracy is boring and isn't very fun. So of course we're gonna make AI do it for us, and then that AI will end up outliving humanity, and it'll be like even more existentially horrifying because it'll be just this endless, you know, bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake, which is in many places already is. Do you have any thoughts? Yeah. Because bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake will always exist because bureaucracy is used as a weapon, specifically like politically and so on. Things have to be made difficult, so only the right people get around to doing it, or even have a chance or legal freedom to do whatever it is. Mostly used actually though in within business and so on, to make sure that only the right business gets to do the thing, whatever the thing is. Give itself the necessary permissions and so on. There's nothing more sort of obviously problematic as private companies who have the right to give the permits for people to work in their own industry. That means like, wait, shouldn't that be like a government agency who maintains permits and things? Like, well, no, it's difficult, and so we privatize it. But that means they have like a legal monopoly on deciding who does and doesn't, who gets to work. Messed up shit. But there we go. Alright, so we have the AI limiter thing kind of working. We did get our massive... It truly is a massive building. I'm going to look at it. We're looking at it from so far away, and it's... I mean, sure, yes, a little bit of a barnyard vibe to it, but also, in my opinion, the sort of like cathedral, all just domed industrial vibe to it. I'm very happy with that one, actually, in the end. And it was a fun experiment to do. And, like I said, if we need more output, because of its nature, we just need to bring in more oil, and everything else is just running off of that. Well, more water too, yeah, I guess. And so just the power shards and everything, ramp up production, and we can get even more plastic and rubber. I've been hearing people talking about using AI to communicate with other AIs on behalf of humans. I'm seeing this endless arms race where the most of our information is AI talking to AI. Yes, we've already been there for a while, actually. The new AI is just better at it, but yes, there's a lot of bureaucracies talking to bureaucracy. For the sake of bureaucracy. And then the companies sponsor government officials and politicians. That's... However, I mean, it's just weird that we can all like just talk about lobbying, and everyone knows. It's not even like a secret. It's just corruption. You can't sponsor a politician. That is literally paying them to do stuff. That is literally, just by definition, the very core point of in-your-face corruption. Oh wait, what can you do? I know what you can do. Vote. There's a lot of people who are not voting. They think like, oh, I'll fight the system by not voting. Like, nope, that's everyone you hate is actually winning right now because they've convinced you not to vote. You have the one tool and you've been convinced not even use that. So that means that whoever wins, you voted for them by not voting. Yeah, there's definitely places that the government could improve by handing jobs off to private companies, but permits? No, absolutely, yeah. 100%. Hey there's Oryx. Hey there, Carp Thighs. Hope you're doing well. I recently watched the video on jungle gyms here in Ohio. And corporate supermarket chains have been trying for years to figure out how they are so successful. The funniest thing, they have no bureaucracy. All departments are like their own stores. They hire and then fire within their own departments. No one goes from their butcher and then goes over to fish at 3. Smart. That and Jim doesn't take that much. I mean, that's the thing. Like I've been talking about, my management is like overpaid. I mean, just look at it, because if we look any historical things, it's like minimum wages go up by, and then management wages go up by, that much. And it's like, I'm not an economist, and I can see how that's not sustainable. And it's not gonna work. And especially now, because all the mushroom companies end up like mushroom shaped. There's more and more management and middle management, so everyone's because that's the industry standard of getting these wages. And it's like that's like the core sort of assumption is wrong. Let's meet at no for most CEOs, yeah. I'd never take a pay cut to be more profitable. Yeah. I mean, because that's not the job. If it's your own company, yes. Family-owned businesses, yes. But most of the CEOs, which are like the problem CEOs, are usually for, like, what's the word, in the open markets. They companies with traded stocks, and they've been CEOs in other companies. Yeah, then that means their job isn't to make the company successful. Their job is to inflate stock prices. Theoretical profits will always outperform actual profits in that kind of like management structure, which is tragic. We get how inflation makes the prices go up faster than wages. That is very true, but then the problem is that some wages do go up. Not all the wages. It is the separation of the two wages that is the problem. The distance between the highest paid and the lowest paid being just an ever-growing mass. It's dumb. Because you have to have higher or lower wages to maintain purchasing power for the populace. If the populace doesn't have purchasing power, eventually, no matter your product, you're going to run out of customers, which is sort of what's happened now, because then they're no longer, the big companies aren't really trying to sell stuff to people anymore, but they're trying to sell stuff to other companies. Like data mining and all that shit. Because people don't have money anymore. The only ones with money are other like non-human entities. So you sell to those instead. But the potato was correct. I've been on for 8.5 hours, and I really need to go and have a sit down and walk the doggos. Not in that order though. First walk the doggos, then yes, sure, doggo. I'm sorry. I'm already being judged openly. So we got the plastic and rubber production done. We even built a nice, giant, mega massive building for it. Yes, the infinite rubber plastic loop is working, which is kind of cool. Take care, thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Paul Q J99. And I'll be back tomorrow. More of the same. Tomorrow we'll be then finishing out the AI stuff, which is just adding a sort of casing around that building pretty much. And then we only have a small amount of buildings left to do here, and then we'll finally have those supercomputers, and then we can maybe try to do whatever phase like project part we were working on. I've already forgotten which one. But we're gonna need those supercomputers anyway. And all of these are slightly overproducing, so the idea is to then eventually then add drones similar to what we have there also to these buildings, especially this one, so that we can then export some of these materials elsewhere for making stuff like the electromagnetic control rods and things, because we're gonna need those. But I have a feeling that this is one of the larger hurdles, hopefully, at least for a while. Next place to lurk while working. Thank you, Kim Stockholm, for lurking while you're working. And it is time to press the button, shave the game. Wonderful. Exit off to the top of the desks. And we get ready to change the scene to the end of streams. There we go. For some reason, I was hidden. Sorry about that. And then we find the song. You know what song it is. It is, of course, the songs of the great dwarves of drink and industry. And so it is time to check out who is out and who is about, and where, my friends, where do we raid? Let's check out here. Later raided you, people I will raid too. Okay, they've all been on for ages, so I don't think they'll be on for too long. Now, nice and stream, Son of Hanu, and thank you for hanging out. Shug of thanks, so Shug. Thank you, Kim Stockholm, Carpet Thighs, Paul QJ, Pythos, Zodiox, more than Airdonis and everyone else on Twitch chat. I appreciate it. And wait, is she on already? Let's see here. Looking at where to raid, what are people doing, what are people playing? Nope. Ah! Now what? Thank you, Pythos. And also thank you, Jamin, and everyone else on the YouTube side as well. I do appreciate it. All the chatters and all the lurkers. I'm having difficulty choosing where to go, where to raid. So I'm gonna raid y'all to well, I'm gonna send you all to Urban Venture. Because he plays cool games like Kerbal Space Program. I really enjoy that one. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. So I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same content, and we'll finish that wondrous little computer factory, hopefully. Because we should now have all the raw resources we need. Now it's just about putting them all together and making not just computers, but super computers. So we'll be getting there soon. So thanks for hanging out, and bye again, Morrigan. And yeah, I'll be sending you all off. And obviously I should have more breaks, because by the end of the stream, my brain isn't working. So hey, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Stay awesome. I gotta go. Ta-ta.